Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India, and we have Alexander Starr joining us from Toronto, Canada. We have Willie Hill joining us from Melbourne, Australia, and we have Ben Good joining us from the Great Britain. Welcome to IBM TV Podcasters Thursday, and we have a great podcaster lineup. And after the podcasters show, we'll be starting a show starting at 1 p.m. EST, which is about games and gamers den and how big is the gaming industry and all those stuff. So that's just after the podcasters show. So that's what the plan for the day is. And uh, we have Jmid also joining us from California. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Jim. How are we?
Yeah, doing well.
Good.
Yeah, got my first cup of coffee in me, and I'm working on my second. So.
Okay. I want to ask you about the coffee. So you are having your early morning coffee. Sasha is having a breakfast. Ben Course is having an evening coffee, and Willie just had a midnight drink. And then I'm getting
tea. It's Ben. Ben has got to be drinking tea. Come on.
I have, yeah, great British cup of tea. You're right, Jim. Bang on.
tea.
Wow.
Great British cup of tea.
Great Britain.
And for tea tonight, we've got the Great British lasagna.
You go to London for your lasagna too.
So I have something to share. I mean, there was a big bill passed in the cabinet in India, and that bill is about education. And then we are changing our education structure after 34 years. Initially, it was like preschool, then 10 plus 2. That was the structure, and then after 10th, you have to pick up a stream. So either you'll pick up humanities, or you'll pick up science, or you'll pick up commerce, which is mathematics and accounting. But now they have opened up, and it's like a multi-specialization, multi-exit, where we are doing 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. So initial 5 years would be a foundation year. Then we have 3 years at the mid school, and then we have 5 years is a preschool, and then we have foundation year, then mid year, and then high school. And then people can opt whatever subjects they want, basically. So it's not that because earlier if I take mathematics, I will only take accounts, and I won't be able to study chemistry or biology or things like that. So now it's open up. So you have to pick up pool of subjects like you did in US, and so it's a drastic change in India, because for 34 years we are, studying something else, and it's more about the bookish knowledge and very few and very less practical knowledge and exposure. But now it's completely changed. So that is something big happening in India from next term onwards.
Well, it's very interesting, Ankit, because when I was the age that you get sent to certain disciplines, I had no idea what I was good at, what I was going to be interested in. So it seems like that might make more sense. But Sasha, you can tell us about how young people in Russia and I assume China are also early identified as having certain talents and being steered in that direction. Is that not right?
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm not sure so much about China. The only thing what I've heard is that regarding chess, they have special schools where they live and learn subjects and extensive study of the chess games and tournaments and so on. And they are always there, like 24/7.
Right.
To what extent, whether it's in all cities or some of the cities, I don't know. I would assume that in major cities like Shanghai, Peking, maybe other 3-4 cities, quite possible. Actually, in Russia, there were schools similar to that, but not for chess, surprisingly, rather for music. Some other arts, primarily music. Yeah, because other arts, well, you see, for example, I mean, if you are 10 years old, what's the use for you to see the paintings of Leonardo or Michelangelo? You just don't have a necessary background to appreciate really this type of arts. Now, music is a different story. Music, you can be 8-9 years old and you can be a virtuoso in maybe a violin or piano or something else. So, music schools, yes, and in music schools and I just happened to be finished one of those. We have extensive studies of arts as well, but later on, once you're a certain age, maybe 12, 13, that's where you start to study about the arts and different disciplines, connect with arts, music, and so on. Now, chess was always part of that. We had chess tournaments, we have instructors. My problem was that I would immediately challenge instructor to the game, and more often than that, I would beat him. And in that situation, his instructions were somewhat compromised already, right? Because how you can instruct somebody who beats you remains to be seen. But there was extensive chess programs, at least well-intended one. And if you want to go a little bit farther in chess, then you would go to a local chess club or Palace of Pioneers for young people and so on. And then you would learn chess from the specialists, for very, very high-quality instructors. Usually they would be masters of chess or master strength chess players.
Of course, I have no firsthand knowledge of this, but I read on the internet that they did that with gymnasts as well. They identified gymnasts.
Yeah, gymnasts as well, and probably other sport discipline. Now you have to qualify. If it's an Olympic sport, it's one treatment. If it's non-part of the Olympics, then it's kind of a second rating.
I see.
Yeah.
Very interesting. So what do you think, Ankit, about how this is going to affect India?
So basically, so the important effect is that whenever Indians go abroad for further studies or for further research, we have to match your education. So for that, we have to go for our study analytics, and then we have to pay $100 to make sure that whatever we have studied, it's equivalent to yours. And then if there's a gap, then we have to do a bridge program.
I see.
Because our graduation is 3 years, but if you are an engineer, that's 4 years basically. So now our graduation is 4 years now, including the research and all those stuff. And apart from that, a lot of students will come to India for study as well, because the gap is filled now. So it's all equivalent 4 years. So people can go back and come back and all those stuff. So it's more about sharing knowledge around the world. And also we have involved, because we were not very active in internship. So now internship is a part of a schooling program as well, apart from the college degree. So a school student can also go for internship and expose themselves with different domains and other things. So suppose if I wanted to be a baker, so I can study bakery as well as I can study physics. But in India, if a doctor is a doctor, he can't change his stream after a point of time. If I'm a banker, it's not possible for me to change my stream because there is no structure as such. And then a lot of students, they won't be able to continue their studies. So either they drop out of first year or second year or third year. They don't get a degree. They don't get anything. But now, if you drop out on first year, if you completed first year, you'll get a certificate. In second year completion, you'll get a diploma. Third year, you'll get a degree. And then fourth year, if you complete, you'll get a degree with a research certificates and all other credits, basically. So there's a lot of change happen. But initial period of time, it takes time because students are not adaptable to the current structure. But globally, it's acceptable. So maybe in a couple of years, everything is fine. And in our schooling system, for the first time, we have semester system, because earlier there was no semester. It's all about quarterly papers and half-yearly and final exam. But now there's semester system. So that, I think, there's a good change. And people and students, they will get more exposure. And it's more about practical knowledge and not about just the bookish knowledge. So everyone is accepting the change. So that's good for India.
When I was in college, which is like being in high school in UK, but we could change our majors. So we could decide, I thought I was really interested in this, but I'm not. I'm really more interested in this, and change our majors and study that. And that's as an older teenager or young 20s, you have that ability to change your direction.
But Jim,
you won't believe, so sorry, Ben. So you won't believe then whenever someone, before me, whenever someone go to further studies to UK and US, we were surprised that a doctor can do an MBA, because it never happens in India. Or a person who studies humanities, he is doing medical research, because you have that option that people can change the stream. But in India, it's not possible. Suppose if I'm if I'm a CPA and now I wanted to be a doctor or engineer, I have to do 4 years program again, and that's not possible. But in your case, you can add those credits. So I can do that engineering maybe in 2 years or so because I have some credits, and then I just have to make sure that I'll add more courses or programs, and then I'll be an engineer again. But it was never the story in India. So now I think so this system is called multi-level exits basically, and multi-level domains or multi-level courses where people can choose additional courses and they can exit at any point of time, and then they can take a break of 6 months, and then they can come back to the studies as well. So it's a very interesting thing. Yes, Ben, you want to say something?
Yeah, Ankit, do you not feel that education is going to change though when we come out of this crisis? Do you not feel that there's a lost generation, isn't there? There's a lost generation from the 2008 banking crisis, and they're probably that lost generation's probably only just recovered, and then we've hit the coronavirus crisis. Education has to change. We can't continue down the line we have been. We're not creating creative people anymore. Realistically, we need to. Entrepreneurship needs to be encouraged. We need to encourage people to learn new skills, to be cross skills and things, don't we, these days? Where I feel like in the past that has been missed quite a lot, hasn't it? It's like this is now you. You've got to go down that channel. I don't think that's going to be there anymore either after this crisis, especially after the fact that the 2008 educated people now have hit this crisis again, just when they're really taking their careers off.
I completely agree. And I think education should change, but according to me, education would change only when we have good infrastructure. Because if you talk about infrastructure, the infrastructure is not balanced around the world. And infrastructure means, so I'll give you an example. Right now, all the students in India and around the world, they are having their studies either on Zoom or on other online platforms. But you know that the demand of laptop has increased like anything. And then in one family, now you need at least one laptop per child or per person because everyone is doing a work. So ideally, in a home situation, husband and wife are working. So they work from home, so they need a laptop, so they'll get a laptop. Okay, that's fine. Now, if they have 2 kids, both the kids need a separate laptop because they have their classes going on. On top of that, the husband and wife are also doing their work from home, and they have to monitor the kids as well. So additionally, they need a lot of tools. And no one is ready to accept those infrastructure changes because no one knows how to manage it out. And it's not easy. It's not an easy change, basically. And a lot of people are not able to study from a mobile phone or from an iPad because that. I mean, they have some. It's good to have iPads and all those stuff, but it's not. You can't compare that with a laptop, basically. So I think infrastructure is something we need to add on. And when you talk about infrastructure, that also includes internet, that also includes routers, and that also includes a good bandwidth. And we are not having a sustainable bandwidth around the world as of now. So that's what I think so.
I am, first off, hello, everybody.
Hello.
It is so great to be here with you. I am Kimberly Calhoun, and it's just great to be back with the team today. Anyway, let's talk about this because one of the most concerning things that I have heard recently is where the government wants to cut the budget for teachers for educating people because, hey, why bother? You're not going to the classroom anymore. And this is not the time of all time. Is not the time to cut the budget for education. We need to probably increase it so that we can become exactly what you were talking about, more creative on how we can teach our children. Now is not the time to cut a budget. Now is time to appreciate the teachers for who they are. I think Ben even mentioned this, that, really appreciate our teachers today, right? But now's the time to say, how can we re-engage and teach? And in my mind, walking every morning, because there's a school next door to me that is not being used. It was just built. They just cut the ribbon on it last year.
Yeah.
The students went and then stopped in March. So it's empty. There's a huge empty piece of concrete.
So sad.
Right. It's very sad. And I ask myself every morning, I go out and walk over there because it's quiet. No traffic. And I asked myself, how would I now, if I had children, because I always was involved. I was always involved with the school, with the system on how to make it better for my children. What would I do? How do you test them where it's honest, right? How do you test them so that they're not Googling the answer or asking their brothers or sisters or their moms and dads for help? How do we do this electronically and engage? And we're going to have to. One of the ways is we used to be concerned about books and book bags and lunch boxes. Maybe now we need to invest in that special tablet interfaces with that school only, for those grades only. The kids use that tablet.
Kimberly, we always miss you when you're not here, but right now I'm missing Rakesh because his field is education.
Exactly, and maybe he will beam in a minute, because he does beam in. But the thing is that what I want to do is say maybe we can put in place tools and say, like they used to give us a calculator for 7th grade, right? That calculator had algebra or whatever it was we hadn't learned. And then when you got to high school, you had to buy a new calculator because it had all of the things they wanted you to learn. So I think we need to be investing more in our education for the future of our children. Maybe a device that's specifically catered to that kid that year. They have to take care of it. They destroy it. They have to pay for it. But right now, the school will say, this is the device you get for this teacher this year, or this curriculum. And these are the teachers that you're going to interface with only. That protects them. That makes sure that hackers don't get in and steal these children. And that makes sure that they get the education that they need for learning, right? So it's all plugged into this device. It is connected to this device only. And the reason why I bring this up is this is something I had engineered already, and a few years ago, and I believe it would work. So I think when you do that, you're not going to 100% prevent kids from cheating, but what is learning, right? All too often I get frustrated with tests. Yes or no, they passed or failed. Why aren't they given the opportunity to learn that answer, right? I was horrible at tests. Oh my God, I sucked at it. But if you gave me a chance to learn something, to write about it, and learn the truth all the way through it, I passed 100%. My labs, I passed 100%. So I think today is the time that we need to reinvesting in our education. And because, Ben, you've got children, lovely children. You want them to have a future. And right now, this education thing looks very dismal. That is,
yeah.
What is your thoughts on that? And I know Ankit's got a little girl.
I am not fussed about them being off school, if I'm honest, at the moment, because I think they're learning far more about a crisis situation. I think they're learning to adapt. I think they're learning new skills. I think that I think that it's going to create. I mean, if you think about it, it's going to create people that are going to learn to just get on with it and just do what they need to. Whereas I think in the past we have, and at the end of the day, we've got more teachers than ever. We're all teachers. When you got your kids at home, you're homeschooling, so you're all teachers. So we need to educate parents, and it's always been a big task. A big thing of mine is that parents' responsibility is massive, and we don't have enough of it in the world these days. I know the world's changing and stuff, but it's far easier for that parent to say, it's not my problem, it's not my fault. And I think the parents need to grab back that responsibility and say, right, schools aren't open, but we can do so much more now away from the school. Everything's closed, so there's no dangers out there, or very few dangers compared to what there normally is. So we can go nature exploring, we can go looking at shipwrecks, for example, and things like that, and really educate people. And also, what this will do, it will help out things like understanding the world. So I know that the Black Lives Matter thing has dampened down a touch, but they can now understand that there is a world out there, and they can be educated on what's gone on in the past. And I think this is a lot of the problem, is that they don't understand what's gone on in the past. They'll see a campaign, they'll see something, think, oh, that's it, this is the problem. If you take your kids out, you educate them, you say, this is what somebody did right, this is what somebody did right, this is what somebody did wrong. They'll learn a lot more from that than from being at school and learning, certain things that the system says they've got to learn. We've got to stop pigeonholing people. And we've got to let the kids learn and understand for themselves. Give them the facts and let them go and take their own opinions.
But Ben, yeah, I agree with you completely, except that everybody is different. Like, in the UK, you could take people to shipwrecks, but it's not possible in other countries, maybe. But my dad taught me a life lesson. He said, "Don't wait for someone to teach you; teach yourself." And so that's what I was able to do. But I grew up in a household that was filled with books. Not everybody does. My parents were teachers. Not everybody has parents that were teachers. I didn't understand trigonometry the first week when I was in trigonometry class. My dad explained it to me in 20 minutes. He just drew a circle. 20 minutes later, I understood trigonometry. Not everybody has that.
And I think this is where the message that has always been taught to us, it takes a village to raise a child, right? It takes the tribe to raise the child. I think this is a great new opportunity, though, that we can still allow our children to learn the basics from a tablet, from online teaching, right? But then teach them the values of our community from home, like Ben was talking about. Go out and touch nature. Don't learn about it in a book. Touch it, feel it, see that bug. It might bite. But to really embrace the moment. And I had a conversation with someone yesterday about this. He's a life coach, and he said, that he's writing a book. I hope he's watching. If not, I hope he's not upset with me for using our conversation. But we were trying to come up with a nice word about embracing the challenge. He's writing a book, Embracing the Challenge. And he went through the military, and they call it embracing this suck. Embracing this suck. Get over it. Embrace it, right? And I laughed so hard. I'm like, oh my God, that's the book. Well, come to find out, a colonel already wrote it, and this is what he always said to the military, and they all say it now. Embrace the suck. Just get over it, overcome it, and learn to live with what you've been given and make the best of it. And when you do this, and I was laughing so hard, I was like, I've never heard that. I've heard so many military slangs. I've never heard that one.
There's one thing we can't change, and that's the past. We can't change the past. So we use the past and go and let the children be educated on it. But don't educate them in front of the telly and be lazy parents. Go and take them places and educate them and say, this is what happened here, and things like that. And this is what we got. There is too much lazy parenting. And that is being sucked into by the TV, because they say do this, like you said, Ankit, back to the iPads and the iPhones, etc. They're great machines, iPhones and iPads, using the right way. But to stick your kid on them and say, there you go, crack on now for the rest of the day, that's where they're missing out on life. You can't change history. We're trying to change history. This is the problem I have. We're trying to change history. We can't. We've got to learn from it. And this is the difference between positive and negative thinking.
Well, Ben, when I say the past forms us, but it can also inform us if we allow it to. But I really want to ask Rakesh, what's going on with the educational system in India? What are the effects of it, and how do we blame it on the UK? I'm carrying mixed water now.
For the first time in 35, I think, years, we had an educational policy announced by the government recently, and I disagree with some parts of it. I think that it's at least good to have a policy when there was absolutely nothing in the past. So one of the things that I what I liked is that they don't allow a one day at an exam to shape your life. They are holding multiple exams where so that you're not if something happens to you on the day that you have an exam, you are not regretting that all your life. So that's a good thing. What I disagree with is that they say that up to class 5 or class 8, it has to be taught in your mother tongue. First of all, I think it's impractical. And the second thing is that along with the language, if you follow linguistics carefully, you also get a set of values. And I think that you do need to have more than one set of values to work with, because otherwise you get stale. Yeah, so you get a kind of tunnel vision, and unfortunately, that's what happened with Nazi Germany. And I met people who lived in that era, and so I've seen their worldview, and I think that would be slightly dangerous. But otherwise, it's good to have a policy. I think that's a good thing that's happening. I think so I think it's a positive. Overall, it's a positive thing. Little bit of emphasis on Sanskrit. I don't agree with that, because that's just like saying everybody must learn Latin in Europe. It's a bit silly.
So you're an educator, and in this change in time, this is what we were talking about before you came on. I mean, we're just like, whoa, what do we do with our kids? How do we teach them? What's right? What's wrong? Cut the budget because the teachers aren't in the classroom. And I'm like, whoa, no, we need to actually increase our budget so we can be creative to continue teaching our children. What are your thoughts, Rakesh? Because you teach children. What do we need to do? What do we need to do?
I totally agree with you. One of the things that distinguishes New Zealand from other countries is that teachers are well paid.
Wow.
So, that is one thing which I noticed in New Zealand. They're poorly paid in many parts of the world, but in New Zealand they are well paid. I'm sure they might have greater expectations, but as somebody who was an immigrant into the country, I saw some of my friends who were teachers. They did quite well. And they, except for the fact that they had a lot of administrative burden, they had no other gripes with their profession. They were thoroughly happy with it. I think that's a good model. But they did one thing, which was they said we have to stop the failure. We have to abolish failure. We just have achieved or not achieved. I think that was a bit silly, because life does have failures in it, and you've got to I like that part where the Colonel said, embrace the suck. It was, life has failures, and the earlier you learn how to live with it, the better it is.
Dust yourself off, carry on.
Yes.
That's exactly the problem at the moment. Is we're not learning from the failures. We're wiping them out, and that is no good. We can't wipe them out. There's no point in wiping out failures, because you don't learn. You have to take them on board. You have to understand what's going on, understand the reasons, and then learn from them. But don't just wipe them out. I've got
There's a lot of feedback. Is anyone?
That's Sharif. I
think it's coming in from Sharif.
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
I think this is the biggest problem, Rakesh. We're not learning. We're just wiping out the past and forgetting it. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. What is the point of having a past that we can't learn from? There's no point.
Well,
I
think we're going to keep reducing teachers' salaries as long as we have male presidents. If we have a female president, then we might raise their salaries.
Okay. my sexist friend, my sexist comment friend from the socialist valley of Silicon Valley, I strongly disagree with these sexist comments because the thing is, I think that anybody
horrible sexism, but we haven't.
Yeah, it is horrible sexism.
We haven't tried it, Nick.
Well, the thing is, those are mutually exclusive arguments. Those are mutually exclusive arguments. Okay. Just because we in the United States decide to downplay education and upplay ignorance, what's wrong with that? We've been doing that for years. In other words, we like to have a very ignorant population. Go look at what's on television tonight.
Who's this we you're talking about?
We means the United States of America, or parts of it, I guess.
You're thinking about the male population.
Oh, don't blame it on all the males. Come on, dude. I mean, that's
who you're talking about, Nick.
That's a sexist comment.
I would tend to agree with Jim.
We have another sexist in our midst.
because Helen Clark was the one who pushed up the teachers' education,
Sure.
the salaries. So I would agree with you, Jim. Maybe
I
something.
think those are two mutually exclusive arguments. In other words, the sexist arguments raised by Jim Eade and the ability to increase education in the United States are mutually exclusive. Okay, we
I
can't.
disagree. I object.
Okay, that's okay. You can disagree.
I understand my objection will be
Listen,
overruled.
Jim, this is a free country, so you can disagree with me. You can hold your incredibly wrong opinions forever. It's okay. See, in the United States of America,
And you have that freedom too, Nick.
yeah, I do, and I enjoy my freedoms. Okay, so the thing is, it's okay to be completely wrong and disagree with me. I have no problem with that.
I understand. I feel the same way.
But the thing is, what we will agree on is the education system in America sucks. Okay, we
does.
will agree to that, right?
Yes.
It shows up in just the demographics that we look at, the TIMSS score, the
And
PISA.
if we put Betty Davis as president, would be in the same boat. So you're
We don't know. We do know, unfortunately, it is politically charged, but we do know the education in America sucks. We also know there's no voice of America except for you, Jim,
Yes,
to
I stood
to
up to
actually
that
push education on Americans, where they actually learn math, they learn computer skills, they learn things about the world. They find where Malaysia is on a map. Oh, there it is. Where they actually know where Hong Kong is. They know that Great Britain was our overlords at one point in time, and they know that Great Britain should really be called the United Kingdom because it's not that great, and all the mistakes of the world could be blamed on them. And
They
that's
have all the shipwrecks.
that's the reason Ben wants to erase history. He says we can't change the past. We can't change the past. We need to erase our history. Okay, but the thing is, we can learn from it.
He's doing to your arguments what he's done to mine.
Just to let you know, today it's 3 minutes and 43 seconds it took for him to have a dig at the British.
It only took me 3 minutes to get to that
Timing.
because Jim was disturbing me, with his remark.
Are you thinking that there's no difference between men and women? Is that your argument, counselor?
There's no difference. No, of course not. There's hermaphrodites, as we well know, and the thing is, you can go look that up on your Google search, and then you'll find out in certain instances there are no differences.
I studied black.
Why do you have to say there's black and white when we all know there's grayscales? Okay, come on, counselor.
I'm
the
not
thing is,
saying black and white.
there's
I'm just
various
saying we should
shades.
run an experiment and have a female president because I think that the females have a tendency to be more caring and less power mad than the males. And that's not sexist. That's the powers of observation, looking at it.
Okay, right, yes.
They would raise the salaries of teachers because they care about the children. More than
the thing is, you're totally incorrect observations. Well, you can have them, and those can be your observations.
I've been overruled.
Okay, what you need to do is get some lens cleaner so you can actually see the world.
I do have them from the dollar store.
Oh, the dollar.
Jim, I'm going to back you up there, Jim. Jim, you are right.
Let's go to Australia. Let's go to Australia because England used to.
Can I just back Jim up first? Can I just give Jim some backing there? Because I like to back Jim up. You are right. The USA would benefit from a female president as long as it was a good female president. And
Absolutely.
A female president.
That was my remark about Betty Davis or whatever.
Okay, what he's trying to say, and I'll translate. You really don't want Margaret Thatcher. Okay, right? That's what you're saying, Ben? Okay. No, Ben's not saying
Secretary of Education. That's where I'm drawing the line.
Well, let's go to down under because I'm always interested in what happened in Australia because they tend to sit on their own little continent. They have their own little world over there. No one seems to visit them. No one really cares. By the way, if you have criminals, dump them there.
People don't visit Melbourne.
So I think we had Weed Wednesday yesterday that want to get the people out of jail. I got a place to send them. We send them all to Australia. Okay, we can save a lot of money. We should propose this. Okay, 2 million Americans are in jail. Send them to Australia. They take people like that. That's how they grow their country, and they'll save us millions of dollars. Okay, so with that in mind, Nate, what's going down under?
And we'd welcome them there. I've got one of the programs that I'm trying to start is a prison rehab using startups. So we welcome them there, and we'll turn them around, give them business skills.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. for a whole bloody country down under. You know?
Reform.
Yeah. So the thing is,
Spot.
do you know how many millions of dollars we could save by just getting rid of this war on drugs and send them all to Australia? And they'll be happy there. And if they're not happy, they push them out in the outback. There's plenty, there's plenty of room there.
We send them to the center of Australia.
Yeah, the Central Australia, right. Yeah, see, they don't even send them to jail. They just send them to the outback. Good luck. You know.
I shouldn't say that because my daughter is teaching in the Northern Territory. That's like very central Australia, Alice Springs.
Oh, yeah.
And-
Uluru. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right in the middle of the country. Yeah.
My daughter, by a fluke stroke of luck, got into a very private school, the most expensive private school in Melbourne by a fluke of chance. Got a scholarship there, and she went and she did uni. She got a master's, and then she gives up all these schools in Melbourne, Sydney, and goes direct to the outback and said, "Oh, my dad comes from Fiji, so I'm here to see what I can do for these people."
Yeah, and go to the outback. But the outback is a lot more interesting than the cities.
It is.
Because
It is.
honestly, okay,
Big restaurant.
Melbourne, Sydney, Perth, Brisbane. I mean, it's like any city in America, but the outback is unique. You got unique little creatures running around. You got dingoes, you got kangaroos, you got these weird snakes that bite you.
Everything's poisonous.
Spiders. So I got a question though, because it's a question that we've been a subject we've been talking about from people all over different parts of the world, and Willie hasn't been part of this. Is what is the food in Australia? What are you guys known for?
Barbie.
Chuck a shrimp with the Barbie, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have the Barbie.
Chuck a shrimp with the Barbie.
I figured it out. I have an answer to Jim's question because he wants a female leader to take care of education. We have that for you, Betsy DeVos.
Nick,
There
that's
you go.
where I said I drew the line there. That's the line I would draw. I would not have her as president. I would not have her as Secretary of Education.
This is a reform of our government system, and instead of having Congress that talks about bills, all these different bills, maybe we need to build a business basically in our government. And we say, okay, you're the vice president of health. You're the vice president of education. You're the vice president of law enforcement. You're the vice president of, and maybe we need to subdivide our government that way instead. And then under each one of those organizations, you have counsel from all over the United States that report about education, about health. And we operate this to fix the problem like we do in every company. Maybe our country needs to start operating like a company.
I think it's very interesting that we are the Americans, but on the program we have somebody from India, Great Britain, Australia, Malaysia, and Hong Kong, and we're trying to figure out how to help our education system and all of our other systems. But one system that we're failing at, which we have, is the coronavirus. Okay, it is 150,000.
You lead the entire world in it.
But it's like nonstop. And what boggles my mind is that the people here in the United States, we won't even look abroad and look at other countries to see how they're doing. It's all about us and how we're doing, and we're not doing very good, So I don't know. Australia, mate, how many people have died of coronavirus in your Australia?
In Victoria, in the last day, there's been like 15. That's death. But the number of people that have contracted the virus, it's like rising exponentially.
Yeah, but
and
what
that's
is
just Victoria?
What is rising? Because we're in like 4 million. Is that?
Yeah, that's a rounding error for us.
Yeah.
That's a rounding error for us. Okay. I mean, the thing is, I checked the stats, and maybe Ankit, you can put up the stats that we looked at today. But I think we're dying at the rate of 1,500 a day. What I heard, we die at the rate of 1 a minute. In other words, every minute that we talk, somebody's going to die of coronavirus. It's that bad.
Is correct. There is 1 death per minute. It has not reached 1 death per second yet.
Yeah.
So if you look at the world meters, like the original page, they're going to show you the population rate growth, and you're going to see probably 10 babies being born a second at the spin, right? So you're going to see this. But we're dying right now, probably 1 per minute.
1 per minute.
Which, if you watch that spin compared,
Yeah.
That's pretty fast.
That's pretty fast, right? And the thing is, even today, there's a debate whether or not we should wear a mask. And
Well,
I don't know if that exists in
I wanna-
other countries.
I want to get Rakesh and I to do a show about
Okay,
this.
yeah. See. Let's look at that. New
USA.
cases, 3,000. New deaths.
India's got a bullet by it though. It's going up.
Brazil, yeah. India's starting to achieve its high ranking and high status. 1.6 million.
But I'll tell you something interesting. We should check out the active cases basically, because that is more important. We always check
Right.
about total cases, but active cases are this right here.
Of course. That's a big factor. You're absolutely
Yeah.
right.
Right, those are your active. But here's what's concerning. So again, and what I like about Ben is he's always bringing up our past can give us the information that we need to survive this. And this month's National Geographic, they go back into the past of other pandemics like the smallpox, which was a long time ago. Oh my God! And it literally wiped out villages.
It wiped out our Native Americans.
Native Americans.
It wiped out whole villages in a week or two. It was
And we can't find China in top 20.
right. So smallpox in itself was such a horrific virus, and they learned to
Polio.
the term they used, him and in. How do you live amongst it to protect other people from getting it, to treat it? And then you had the brilliant minds who came up with what we now call inoculation or vaccination, right? And that's where they would take the pus from a smallpox infected person and literally put it on a pin and stick it in someone else. And the first person to do this, he did it to his own child. He took a patient, took the pus from the patient, took his son, and because he had 9 children, and he stuck his son with it to see if it would just infect one area of his body and protect him from getting the rest of it. And it worked.
Yeah. Look at what Japan did. They have how many? 8 out of 1 million people. Total deaths 1,000 people, and they had 1,000 people out of about 200 million.
Let's look at Iceland. I want to see if
1,000 compared to
can we
140.
go to Iceland, because
Doing too bad.
Iceland has never shut down. Iceland, the kids go to school, the restaurants are open.
But still, they're not great in the deaths per million rate. I think the one that did the best is New Zealand, but
New Zealand has survived very well, and I think Iceland has done very well.
Female prime minister.
There you go.
there's another sexist comment. Thank you, counselor.
It's
We-
a
we
fact.
ha-
It's a fact.
I'm going to send you
Changing-
Margaret Thatcher and Betsy DeVos, and you can.
Changing that slightly.
There are
we
bad
had-
women. I guarantee you.
Okay,
that.
there's Hong Kong.
I
Look at
dated
Hong
many of
Kong.
them.
Total deaths 24 in a population of 7 million. I mean, just when you look at the data, it just shows that the United States just isn't doing very well. New Zealand, I like that
Pretty
place.
darn well.
22 deaths, 4 deaths per million. In other words,
That's a
it's
rounding
almost,
error for one of our states.
yeah, exactly. Well, their population is about like one of our states, isn't it?
We've now got
Five
we've
million
now got a
population.
cat. We've now got a cat with coronavirus in the UK. Apparently,
Wow.
in the boundaries.
Well,
Yeah.
tigers, right?
That was Tigger, wasn't it, the other day at Ankett's Palace? But no,
Yeah.
this isn't Tigger. This is a proper cat that's got coronavirus, apparently. So one of the papers speculated the other day. But if it does start passing through animals, that's really
Oh,
worrying,
it
isn't it?
probably came from a bat.
They've known that this is a zoological. Okay, help me out, Ricky.
Zoonotic.
Zoonotic. Thank you. They know this. They have known
Rakesh, yeah.
this, they have known this since
He knows how to
January.
spell it too.
They have no, I know he does. I can't spell, but they have known this since January or longer. They've known it since Corona has been around, but which was the first detection of Corona, written detection was in 1954. But and oddly enough, Japan since the 1950 had instituted mask as part of their lifestyle, which I thought was interesting. And it was designed to help hem in and prevent any kind of epidemic virus spreading. When they go to work and they just have the cold or flu, then they're not spreading it. So, you look at these footprints that other countries have established, and you got to ask yourself, okay, is this something that we need to start doing? It's really weird because, like, I grew up in a time when it was nothing to shake somebody's hand. Now I ask myself, how many times did we exchange germs? Oh my God. I'm reading the National Geographic. Sometimes it can be very and this month is all about germs and viruses and pandemics in the past and things, what we learned, how to properly wash our hands. And we learned that a long time ago.
Hey, Ben, it was 45 minutes into the show before she brought up the National Geographic.
I know, right? Yeah, we're doing calculations.
My favorite. We got bets on that now. I love that.
Right. No, it's at what point in time will we insult Great Britain? Let's see. What was 30 minutes and 43 seconds?
We
What
have an
time were we
over-under
at the
on that
National
one.
Geographic?
Interestingly,
National Geographic NG.
interesting.
I
We've
have it
actually
on
got
my phone.
But Edison was on one of the, was connected with the foundation of the National Geographic. The Groveners, I think, were in some way connected with Edison. I think he got married into that family or something like that.
Well, he founded a company called General Electric, which he did
Yeah, but
quite
he was-
well at. And he took this guy called Tesla and he kind of dogged him, and said Tesla doesn't know anything because Tesla wanted to do direct current and he wanted to do alternating current, right? And
Tesla was right. Edison was
Tesla was right. Edison was wrong. It was absolutely hilarious. So they named a car after him in San Francisco just to honor him.
I don't drive a General Electric car.
You don't drive the General Electric car. I don't think General Electric makes a car. Their stock is a dog. Oh, which, speaking of which, for those who want to see Investment Wednesday, I guess that is that's on IBM TV. You can listen to Alexander Starr discuss General Electric, what a dog it is, and Tesla. Well, we won't discuss that. And of course, he also has a show tomorrow, I think. No, it's Saturday.
Saturday.
Okay, we're going to have famous Professor Ken Reagan from the State University of New York Buffalo is going to be on his show at Chess Stars discussing cheating, how you cheat in chess, which using the internet. It's kind
that's
of
the perfect guy to have on for that.
Yeah, perfect.
Hey, did
perfect
you talk
person.
about this, Jim? Have you talked about how you cheat in chess?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when they do it on the internet, these people cheat. I mean, it's just really, really weird.
Yeah, they did it in over-the-board tournaments, too.
I know, that was weird, too. I just saw
What's funny is if somebody loses when they cheat. I think that's even funny.
Well, I mean, it's just like I think Ben was discussing about winning and losing and failing students and et cetera, which really in chess you do win or lose, but you don't fail. You get to play again. And we do have a problem in our education system. We tend to beat up a lot of the students. I mean, the thing is, there's a reward and punishment system, which could probably be changed and be a little bit more amicable so that you help everybody learn as opposed to you learned it and you didn't, and it's very draconian.
Well,
so
that's what I always hate about test is that I always believe that if I were a teacher, and I have done some things teaching, if you gave a test and the child came back and said, if I learned this and give you something to show you I learned this, will you give me a grade back? I would.
Sure, right. I mean, but that's changed. The whole goal is to actually help the student. Now, here's what I found out, and I don't know if, and I only had a brief experience teaching elementary and middle school, and I was teaching them chess, Jim, and here's what I found out. The one-on-one sessions, I could actually help the students a lot more than the group sessions. It's almost like the group sessions were next to worthless, honestly. For some reason, they liked that one-on-one attention, and I could watch them develop through the one-on-one, but the group sessions were So when they said, hey, everything's going online, all this other stuff, it's horrible, I was going, well, that's not, because that's kind of your general sessions. And then perhaps the teacher should do, and I know they would hate it, one-on-one sessions with their students. At least this is my own experience. I got the kids to develop a lot faster with one-on-one sessions. They just loved it.
Or small groups, people that were at the same level. You can manage that. But
and one problem that we have in our education system, and I mean, I had to go through that. You're one in a crowd of some cases when I was there, because I was the baby boom, 40 or 50 students.
Yeah.
In other words, you're lost in a sea, and that was my entire education career. So I was just a somebody in a sea of students. And so the thing is, this individualized attention just never really took place. So we got a good relationship with the teachers. Now, where the brown nosers did, but everybody else didn't, and the teachers didn't reach out. I mean, I'm not really a big believer in how we handle our students in this country. I think it's kind of awful.
I want to know something. The term brown nose, is that what you guys call it in your country?
Oh yeah,
I hope so.
You guys know what that means.
You guys know what that means?
Is that what they call it in
Yeah, Rakesh is more into education than I am at that level.
Every teacher knows that one-on-one is much better. It's much easier because you have the focus of the student. But the problem is that you don't have that many teachers.
Right.
So, how would you get that? That's something every teacher has known, every society has known. In fact, the ancient Gurukul, as they called it in India, the child was actually sent to the teacher's house and lived as part of a teacher's family, and was literally adopted by the teacher and learned life lessons from the teacher apart from mathematics and language and things like that. But we just don't have that many teachers.
Okay, but counselor, let's look at this. Of course, this would be a revamping of the education system. Let's imagine that you do a certain amount of your education online and it can be scaled, right? In other words, and it can be pre-programmed, so it runs all the time. You can see it any time. Then the teacher has 40 hours in a week to work, and they spend 1 hour a week with each student. Let's say they had 40 students. They get an hour a week with each student. Perhaps, and we've never experimented with this programming, perhaps we would actually have an improvement. The other thing that we could do in the United States, but we would never do, is look to the example of Finland, which, by the way, tends to lead the PISA and the TIM scores. Find out what they're doing and emulate what they're doing. But see, in the United States, we'll never do that, because every time we see a leader that's international, like Malaysia, I'm going to pick on you, Sharif, and you guys are leading in how to solve the coronavirus issues, given 30 million people and 120 deaths. Here's what we'll do to you guys. Ignore it. I mean, and that's the realities of what we have here. And part of the thing we're trying to break down with IBM TV, to the extent we get Americans who listen to this, is realize that the world is bigger than the United States of America. And if you look internationally, you're going to find some better approaches and solutions to the problem. Education, we should look to Finland. Coronavirus, look to Malaysia, rather than look internally, which we've been doing for a long time unsuccessfully. And even in chess, and Jim will have to admit it, the top player in the world we know is from the United States, right? The top chess players in the world are from the United States, right?
I'm not following your question.
Or is the top chess player in the world from the USA, counselor?
Defer, Jim, defer.
Yeah. I defer to Sasha. No, it's absolutely not the United States.
Where's the top player from the United States? What's the top player in the world from? What country?
Norway.
Isn't that amazing? Okay, so the thing is, and this is just one problem we have in the USA. I mean, we just don't look beyond the borders here, and we have to. Now, what we did do is good. We got Fabiano back to the US. He was going to Italy. We said no, because this is Rex doing that. Rex got him come back in the United States because we paid him with that big American dollars. We got Wesley So from, Wesley from the Philippines? To come here and become a citizen. And this is something the U.S. needs to work on. Take the top talent that we can find and bring them over here. Instead, what we're doing is we're repelling them with our policies. In other words, you can come here, but the minute you're good, we're get out of here. Because we have incredibly stupid immigration laws that need to be changed.
Polgar got Webster University on the map. No one heard of Webster.
Yeah, Polgar. Yeah, Susan Polgar got Webster University on the map. It is one of the leading chess schools in the United States. And you're right, I never heard of Webster until Susan Polgar got Webster on the map. Now it's on the map. Any smart kid who plays chess will know about Webster University in the United States. It's big, but it was smart because she recruited, the top players from all over the world to go play for Webster. There were what?
Burners.
Yeah, right. Yeah, but that's the whole idea. Then you get them to come here. So I do want to change the Statute of Liberty and says, okay, you're poor and you're homeless, stay home. You're rich, you're bright, and you're best, come here. Okay.
Very male perspective.
Real simple. Okay. So the thing is, what we should do is export our prisoners over to Australia and import the best and the brightest Australians over here.
Believer out of me.
Right. Well, then America would be great again. You know.
That's something else that I'm going to raise the flag on is with this COVID situation, and like it has always been in the past, is when they do find supposedly a cure, of course it might be mixed with all kinds of nasty things, but when they do find a cure, it's always going to be for those who could afford it. It's not going to be for everyone. And these are things that we need to take into consideration. This was the problem with the smallpox when Cotton Mather, Cotton
Mather, yeah.
Yeah, Cotton Mather came
I
up
got a
with the
story.
reason why he had, threats on his life is that you've made this only affordable for the rich. It is not affordable for the poor. And of course, the poor are going to get sick and die, which is what, honestly, this is what your government wants. The laws that your government make are not for you. Congress makes laws to benefit Congress, to benefit themselves, not you. Look at this in particular, raise that red flag of when we do come out with a solution. Is that solution real, or is it real to make somebody rich? Right? Is it really going to be there to help people? Or is it there to say
Playing the dollar card.
these people live and these people don't? What is the solution going to be about? And quite honestly, I have learned that quercetin really does a great job on infections. I've had an ear infection that keeps coming back. Don't know why yet, but the minute I take it, it goes away. Everything, the swelling, the fevers. When we have a fever in the family now, I start giving out doses of quercetin. Everything's taken care of. So think about these things. What is the benefit versus the risk? What is the benefit versus who gets what gain in whatever comes out? Because truly, when they come out with medicines, it seems like to me the only people who gain are the pharma, the rich people who are already rich. So,
Okay.
yeah, I'm glad I got that right this time. Rakesh, you got to read the magazine. We got to talk about it.
And I haven't been able to get that because we're not traveling much these days. A person like me with diabetes and hypertension cannot even move out of the house.
Okay.
But Jonas Salk, who invented the polio vaccine, deliberately did not patent it because he wanted the benefit of that vaccine to go to everybody in the world without the burden of a patent fee.
Wow.
I heard about that, and I'm wondering what was wrong with that guy. Anyway, he needed to get a better lawyer and say,
Yeah.
okay, here you have an opportunity. What did he invent? The
Well, the
polio
thing
vaccine?
is, did he live in the U.S.? Because the reason why you have to secure your IP in the United States is if you want to deduct any of your expenses for business, you have to prove that you had a purposeful intent to make a profit. And the only way to prove that intent is if you patented something to secure your IP, because that's the only way they will allow you the deductions for your business. So that might be the difference.
What's the name of the article you're looking for? I've got it on my iPhone.
Oh, I was just going to say just in general, because there was so much in this month's magazine that discusses like Cotton Mather. It discusses Coke and Pasteur. It discusses.
Well, I've got to tell you about Cotton Mather because growing up in New England, Cotton Mather was a big deal. He's colonial American history. He was a great sermonizer, and I personally disliked him intensely because he was one of the guys behind the Salem witchcraft trials.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like him exactly.
Yeah, he didn't oversee them, but he appointed the guy who thought exactly like Cotton Mather thought to run the trials. And he had that kind of political influence. He could walk into the governor's office and say, put this guy on this. So, but what he did was through his powers of observation, he noticed that people who got sick with smallpox and survived were probably had a smaller dose of the smallpox. And so he, by powers of observation alone, they didn't even know what germs were then. He decided that if you take somebody who survived you take them and inject that into someone who's not yet been infected, that they will develop the antibodies. And he didn't know about antibodies, but they would survive. And he basically cured smallpox in his area of Boston. And it was amazing just by powers of observation, applying. These guys got sick and died. These guys got sick and didn't die. These guys are the ones that I want to do what's working for them and make everybody get benefit from it.
Well, a lot of people don't know he was an evil mind, just like Hitler. But a lot of people don't know is that he survived smallpox himself. So, and a horrible case of it because he bore the scars from it. So
did many other people afterwards.
Right. So, but even
scars.
Almost cured lung cancer in his own country because he banned cigarettes when he found out that that's what caused cancer. So even the evil minds have a tendency of understanding what's killing their people. They still want to, like a wolf, right? A wolf is.
He had God on his side, Kimberly.
Huh?
He had God on his side. Cotton Mather was the best preacher of his time.
I hope he still does. But the thing is that these things came out to save humanity from sickness, right? Good or bad, evil. I didn't like Cotton Mather because of the witches' trials, but somehow, somewhere, and what was weird is he took. This is the one who took the pus from one of the patients and he injected it in his own son. He literally did this to his own son to test his theory. And his own son, the only scar he got was the one bump, and that was it. And he was able to function just fine. So these are great things that we need to think about. I personally don't want to be the test dummy for the vaccine, but I have a feeling that people think they have an answer. And we shall see.
I got an idea for
Jonas Salk was an American. He went to the City College of New York, then later on to New York University, and then founded a research center in La Jolla, California, which did research on virology. But yes, he did find the vaccine for polio. And as we well know right now, we have researchers all over the world who are looking for the vaccine for the coronavirus, and it's going through clinical trials as we speak today. In the meantime,
curious about the vaccine for polio is, and I think it's done a world of good, but they've discovered that it doesn't work in some countries for some children, that the results are different, and whether that's the DNA making or what, they don't know.
But I know that.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. But the thing is, at the same time, what we're doing on the vaccine for the COVID-19, what the scientists need is just a little time, and unfortunately in America, we're not giving them any time. Because we want to go out and party. We want to go drink beer. We want to party down. We want to go to bars.
That's because we want instant gratification.
Instant gratification, right. Now, my question is, in that great country of Malaysia, do you guys wear masks, or what do you do to stop the coronavirus? I got to ask my success story down under.
Yes, in Malaysia, definitely we have to wear mask. We have to, actually everywhere we follow SOP. Even let's say when I go outside and I come back my home, I have to follow the queue. I have to clean myself before I enter to my like condominiums, and I wear mask and gloves. Yes, Malaysia actually 100% trying to manage these things. But let's see. Last few days, actually, I'm observing that the cases is increasing. But I don't know. It will be the second wave, or what the issues. But yes, Malaysia trying their level best to handle these things. But it's not only like now in one country's issue. It's a global issue. So Malaysia has heavy dependency on tourism and this kind of things. So definitely, if globally it's not controlled. Yes, specifically tourism in the industry, it will be affected in Malaysia. So this is the things.
And Ben, we're going to get to you in a second. I noticed your hand was up, but Sharif, your experience is on higher education. But this law that was just passed in India tell me about what the lower education is in Malaysia.
Lower education means you are talking about A levels and O levels.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Malaysia actually, education-wise, I want to say this is good because it's just beside Singapore. So Singapore education system also good, but Malaysia is a like a big place, so that's why many universities and they are working. But side by side, let's say MIT. MIT has their collaboration with Asian Business School of Business. So what they do, let's say they also creating different entrepreneurs. So they're targeting O levels and A levels students, and actually it's just 12 to 14 years old student they target. So they
Really?
developed a different kind of ecosystem in Malaysia, specifically entrepreneurs. And I'm also working with Asian School of Business. Actually, one of the Indian professor, his name is Professor Rajesh Nair. He's he has a very interesting project. He developed different kind of innovation lab. So this is one of the part. On the other hand, actually, like there are many international school, and also they have a local school. So international school, they are following like Cambridge, and some of them actually following IB. So IB education, that American education system. So this IB educations, I also involved with this IB education things before. So this is very much like project oriented study. So many international students come to Malaysia. This is one of the good place that many international students come here from around the world. And national curriculum, I want to say this is good. Actually, Malaysia is a very good hub for education. So many people around the world, let's say from Bangladesh. I think now, last year, 14,000 students come here only for study, only one country. So around the world, they come here, they finishing their study, and they get international exposure. This is the way actually Malaysia growing.
Well, in India, I was just told that people get kind of early on targeted into one particular path. Is that true in Malaysia as well? When you're 10 or 12 years old, have you kind of got your life? But I'm going to be an engineer. I'm going to be an accountant.
No, not like that. Not like that. Like example, in IB education, I was teacher for Fairview International School. So up to O levels and A level, there is no differentiations. There is everything. Yes, they have to learn math, English, computer science, even music, science. So this
okay.
is
Thank you very much, Ben. I'm sorry I took your time, but you had your hand up.
Yeah, no, I was just going to comment. Sadly, the gist of the conversation has gone is that commercialization has been put before health, and whatever you said, it was all about making money from it. It was all about the one that you said gave it for free was just wrote out of it, etc. It's just commercialization. It's just where we sit, isn't it? Too many people try and make too much money, and that is the evil of the world. And like you said about evil, there is geniuses have to have something wild about them. That's why they're geniuses. And unfortunately, some of the geniuses are evil. We know that. That's history. Again, back to what we said earlier. That's history. But we don't learn from their actual skills. And this is the problem. We just pigeonhole people. We just say, right, that's it. They did that, not learning what they did well. Or that's the medicine. We've got to commercialize it, commercial it. It's just such a world that it's just such an upside down world. Whereas if we took off the commercialization, this medicine's fantastic, this vaccine's fantastic, use it, and then commercialize it. Or, this person was an absolute genius at this, but then he turned evil, rather than saying they were evil, but they did this. It's just upside down, isn't it?
Yeah, well, power corrupts too, so people didn't necessarily start out evil, but once they got the control, then their darker sides come out. So these are complicated questions, Ben, and you're right that we try to make them simple.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see it discussed elsewhere, though, Jim. This is the benefit of IBM TV, is that we'll discuss it, and we will say the underlying thing was they were fantastic at this. Yes, they did this, and we're not condoning that. We're not saying that was good. But what they did underneath was fantastic. Learn from this. But it's like we said all along, it's education. It's education. It's totally wrong. Education is. You know,
Well, it took me a long time to forgive Cotton Mather's for some of the sermons that he wrote, but I did. I managed to do it, and I know that I now am proud of him for the way he handled smallpox without the benefit of the scientific background. There was no science. They called them natural philosophers in those days, not scientists. And, you know, they didn't know about germs. They didn't know about antibodies, you know, but by the powers of observation alone, he was able to figure out how to handle smallpox. And so, you know, you got to give him props for that. So what?
And exactly, and this is what I tell people, that the hardest thing to do is to look at someone and go, wow, for the million great things that they did, sometimes we condemn them, especially at their death, for one mistake they made, or we condemn them for one mistake. Like Bill Clinton, right? Or somebody else. And, you know, I find it in my heart sometimes to truly forgive, especially people of the witches' trials. I sometimes feel like in my heart that I was a part of it, because the trials were just so devastating and so devastatingly wrong that when you look at the real intent of why they tried women and put them to death, it was to get their property. It had nothing to do with them doing, or because they were scientists and could make things happen. And it scared people. So they came up with these rules and laws in order to do. And I'm going to tell you, Jim, I cannot promise anyone here that when I go to the death and beyond and he's standing there, that I will not get a lynch mob and go hang him. I can't promise that, because I hate him that much. But to read that he did solve, along with some other people like Hitler, solved some world problems. You know, you got to ask yourself, okay, like Ben said, these are geniuses for a reason. And geniuses have a tendency to be kind of crazy.
Another thing that education doesn't factor in is the learning curve. You know, some of the geniuses, when you talk about geniuses, Leonardo da Vinci achieved most of his results after the age of 60. I'm sort of feeling hopeful because I'm going to be 60 in a couple of years.
Well, that's when he was accredited for, not that he actually reached it, but that's when people finally realized, wow, this guy's really smart. Right?
Yeah, usually you have to die first before they recognize your art. Yeah.
There is hope, Rakesh. There is hope, Rakesh. When you get to 66 like me, you're getting there. You're getting there.
So
We're all a work in progress. Yeah, Kimberly's working on her forgiveness of Cotton Mather. You know, she'll get there.
So there are some good articles about this that I read not too long ago about how men actually come to realizations of what world really is about when they turn 50, right? Because there's a lot of things that men, they just work so hard that they don't stop to look to appreciate so many of the other things. They have different kind of burdens on them than women do. And it's not to say we appreciate them any more or less. It's just different. But I read an article, and it was written by men, actually, in the AARP magazine, which I like to read a lot of books, I guess. And in there was this guy.
Getting that this year?
No, I got that 5 years ago.
Oh my goodness.
But what's interesting to me was this was written by a famous man. I'll see if I can find the article. And he was saying, yeah, we don't get it till we're at least 50. And, but I think that, you know, we need to kind of start appreciating and not waiting until somebody dies to appreciate their contribution of whatever it is they're researching, no matter how crazy they sound. You know, sometimes we learn that Ben, help me out here with history. We learned that some of the craziest things were later discovered to be the right things, right? And you got to say, wow, how do we change that in history? Do we continue to call people crazy because they don't go in the same flow of the stream that we all teach and know and understand? Or do we say maybe we should listen to them and that this is different, but it might be right?
Well, Kimberly, I'm gonna tell you a little bit about what it's like to be a baby boomer male in the United States.
Oh, I thought you meant crazy. I thought you meant what it's like to be crazy. Then, Jim, I was going to say.
Yeah. Well, I could go on. We don't have time for that one.
I was waiting for the next.
But you know, when I was a boy, I was trained to.
Still a boy.
But
Still a boy. You're still a boy.
Yeah, very good, very good. Yes, and I've done a lot of unlearning in my life, and I really, what we get trained to do is in sports is to attack the enemy, defend your teammates, and so throughout this boyhood to teenager to a young adult, you're trained in certain ways to not show pain, not. I can remember getting a severe knee injury, and while I was still in the air, thinking, "Don't cry." That was the first thing. Not that my knee hurt, but don't cry. You could not show emotions. And they're training us to be good soldiers, so that in the foxhole, when you're shooting at the enemy and your best friend is shot and dies at your feet, you don't cry because that would interfere with your marksmanship, and you have to continue to shoot. So all through my life, they were training me in sports and gym class. All the males in my life were training me to be a good soldier. Now, that takes a lot of unlearning when you become an adult, and it takes you a long time. It's not just that you're focused on your career. It takes you decades to unlearn what you were trained to be, which is unemotional. And then they're always confused when they're on the marriage counselor's couch, and the wife is telling them, he doesn't talk about his emotions. And they're like, I was trained not to. So a lot of this stuff goes back to our very early training, and it takes us years to unlearn it, if we do.
Right. And I think that is a very impactful statement about the different ways that we are separated and segregated while we grow up and are taught to behave. Women were taught to go ahead and cry. It's okay to be cry, but not to be a crybaby. So we got all these minimum rules and properness that we have to comply to, where we are labeled as well, just like you would be labeled a baby or a weak. So we build all these criterias that label us. One of the best books I read, again, a children's book, a book that one of my son's teachers gave him when he was a child as a gift. And I love books as a gift. And it was about no labels, right? If God made us with no labels, how great would life be? But it's not God that gave us labels. It's we gave us labels. And so the whole moral of the story was one of the puppets that this puppet maker made, he made them so the labels didn't stick on him. So he was always happy, right? I don't care. You can give them a label and they try to put a label on him and it'd slide right off, right? Put a label on him and it would slide right off. And he was just as happy. And there's a little girl sitting on the step and she's crying, right? The little girl puppet. And she's just crying her heart out. And she's got these labels, these hate stickers all over her that stuck to her. And then he goes, "Why are you crying?" And she goes, "Look at me. I got all of these stickers on me. I'm ugly. The world sees me ugly. I'm ugly." And so he goes, "Come with me." And he takes her to the puppet maker and he goes, "Make her like me. Make the stickers not stick." And so the puppet the puppet master cleaned her up, and he put a thing on her so the stickers wouldn't stick, and they go off happy, right?
Yeah.
So I think the problem is that we label too much. We have an identity crisis as well in our country and countries, maybe the world, that we have to label everything. Oh, you're Indian. Oh, you're black. Oh, you're white. Oh, you're a girl. Oh, you're gay. Oh, we got this tendency of saying, "Oh, and then," right? When that shouldn't.
One of the things I've learned, and it's not School of Hard Knocks that teaches me this kind of stuff, is that we can focus on our differences or we can focus on we have in common. And what we have in common is far greater than our differences. But we focus on our differences. And this is just a shame. This is what leads to our hatred of one another. We always have the other to hate because somehow psychologically we're trained to think like that, and we have this psychological need for it. I don't know, but we do it. And it's pointless, because if we thought about what we have in common, we focus on that, we would be much happier.
Right. I want to take a moment share with everyone a huge impact to our country, maybe the world. A former candidate of presidential candidate, I think it was 2012. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But Herman Cain has been struggling with COVID, and unfortunately, his struggle he was unsuccessful, and he just passed away. this is a huge loss in our country. Some people might have hated him, but like somebody one time told me, people who do things are going to be hated extremely and loved extremely, right? People who get out there, stick their neck out to make changes. You're going to have two sides of the world. You're going to be loved and hate. You're going to have to learn how to deal with that. He was a man who tried to make changes, a man who was, the presidential candidate, as it says here. But I do believe it was back in 2012. And here and he's a black man, so that was very uncommon and unheard of in this country. And of course, Obama changed that for us. But these are voices. He was a voice of our country, a very powerful voice, good or bad, whatever you thought. He was a contributor to our country, who tried to make changes, and a great loss for us. We've had several of these recently, and it's sad, but we have to continue looking at what can we gain from this and what can we learn from this, so that we can move on. And we'll say a prayer for him and his family. A moment of silence. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me this timeout. Where's Nick when I need him to do our timeout from IBM TV? I think he's going to be back here in a second. Nick should be here in a minute.
Kimberly, I thought you were going to put up John Lewis. He was just laid to rest in state. And,
yes, he was.
He was the senator that was on the Selma Bridge when his skull was cracked open. And talk about a guy who was standing up and fighting for what he thought was right. That guy led an exemplary life, and he was just laid to rest. So that's what I was expecting, not Herman Cain. But your point generally is that, yes, I did not like Herman Cain, but I'm sorry that he passed. And I just think that that's the way we have to look at things. That, I thought what came out of his mouth was not what I wanted to hear.
Exactly.
But he did say, he did stand for, and a lot of people followed him, and a lot of people thought that he was speaking the truth. So you've got to respect that. And it's never in my best interest to see death, to see anyone die. And it's a sad thing. So I appreciate you putting that up, because I did not know that.
Well, and here again, to what you just mentioned, they did just lay to rest John Lewis, who was another outspoken. And again, this is what I tell people, whether I agree or disagree with them, they were a part of making differences, good or bad. They were up there. They didn't sit around and whine and talk about it. They got up and did the walk. And you can't argue that. And sometimes out of those voices come a lot of knowledge of me understanding how other people think, right? I have to take a look at that. How does this person think? Why do they think that way? And one of my best lessons in life, one of them, there's a lot of them, but it was when I did not like Tom Tillis. Did not like him at all. Could not stand him. Could not stand a thing that came out of his mouth. Did not. But I had breakfast with him, thanks to Nick. And I heard something come out of his mouth. Like, I listened to him, and he was talking about who he was and what he liked to do, and liked to eat barbecue and sing while he's driving down the highway. And he just goofy. I got a real.
He was a guy. He was a regular guy. Yeah.
A real human.
Yeah.
And what's funny is somebody threw me under the bus in that meeting because I decided not to bring my agenda to this breakfast table. Right.
Yeah, good for you.
Somebody said. He asked, does anyone have anything they want to say? They go, Kim does. No, Kim doesn't.
Good for you.
And funny is that when he came to the room, he sat down next to me, right? And I'm like, why is this guy sitting next to me? He should be sitting at the end of the table. And he shares the reason why he doesn't sit at the end of the table. Because if there's a gunman outside, they always aim at the end of the table. So, of course, who does he choose to sit next to? Me, right? Oh, great. Now the gunman's going to be aiming at me.
Don't sit with your back to the door.
But we're sitting next to each other, and I'm being thrown under the bus. And he turns around and he said, what do you have, Kim? What do you want to talk to me about? We can take this up later. No. It must be serious. So I told him my controversy, and other people started unfolding unto him as well. But oddly enough, mine was the only issue he took to heart, and he went to bat for it. And he was unable to fix it because it was too late. And I told him it would be too late, but that it was very disappointing and disheartening to me that this would happen when you have a bill that's sitting on your desk right now dying, and you're pushing a bill over here saying this is what it is, but this is what the real bill would fix. This was just fake. And he didn't really look and read the bills. He didn't. He admitted it. They none of them have a chance to read all of the bills. That's why I'm saying our system is sick, that a lot of times they only hear what the bill is about. And that's why I think they read in too many issues, right? And that's why I said maybe we need to divide it instead of the way it is right now, that we divide it like a company. You're the vice president of healthcare, and then all of these people report to you from every state for this. You're the vice president for banking.
Or your bill can't be longer than the Constitution. I've heard you say that.
Right. If I were president, I would go in and make a bill, and that would be my first act. I don't ever want to be president there because I'm too vain. Well, have you ever seen how they age in 1 year?
I know.
So there's not enough wrinkle cream at the dollar store today. I couldn't afford it.
But the problem
it's a miracle. It's a miracle. My hair, okay, that I've not had 1 ounce of color. So no, I would never make it as a president.
Look at his gray hair now.
The problem you've got though, Kimberly, is you've got too many career politicians. The right people wouldn't get in them positions. The proper business people that understand business wouldn't get them positions because the career politicians would take them.
Right, but that's why this system has to change. It needs to stop being politics. It needs to stop being parties. Because my pitch is parties come with party favors. If you start making this like a business, and each person is a vice president, just like you do in a corporation. Yep. You're the vice president of healthcare. You're the vice president of finance and budget.
Kimberly, I know where I can get party favors. I can get party favors at the Family Dollar store.
Oh, who needs party favors? I'm part of the Minion Club.
All right. You can't beat me.
And I gotta send Ankit some because it's breaking my heart. I'm not gonna send him a bracelet. I'm gonna send him
and the back of them, they can run. They're running away.
I mean, I buy napkins all the time. The backs have never been decorated so cute.
Yeah.
And that's what I tell people, because I like to wrap my napkin so that you can see the decorative, and I can do the back just as much as the front. And I know that sounds stupid, but hey guys, you know what? This is what's great is that we do have the Family Dollar store, and I'm going to take Nick's spot here just for a second and announce that we are IBM TV. You are watching IBM TV. I am the executive producer of IBM TV. We also have another executive producer, Ankit, who is the host of IBM TV Global News. And next to him is Willie Hill. He is one of our board of advisors all the way from Australia, and this fabulous entrepreneur that has got a startup community rocking and rolling in Australia. We have with us also, I'm going to skip Lynn because he's going to be last. We have Sharif from Malaysia, highly educated, very youthful voice of what we need to be doing to make things better. We have our beautiful and lovely Jim from that other country in California, but he's also the author of Chess for Dummies, and he is the producer of Chess Without Borders, and there you go, and one of my favorite intros. Oh my gosh, I cannot stop watching it. I'm so jealous.
It's Ankit's doing.
And then we have the lovely Ben Coates from the UK, who is a serious serial entrepreneur, but entrepreneur promoter, okay, which is very important in this day and time. He's going to be the voice for entrepreneurs. He is the voice for entrepreneurs.
He's commercializing
like the dots. He will help, and this is what's important. So also make sure that you go and watch some of his podcasts, but also, join us on the show for this talk because he makes things a lot more entertaining. But then we have Lynn. We wouldn't be here without people like Lynn, who take their success and they do the most important thing, and that's Pay It Forward. And he is sponsoring Money Masters PBS. Okay, Money Masters PBS. Our goal is to close that gap between poverty and sustainability. And we want to do that by inspiring great habits, right? Physical fitness, financial fitness, mental fitness, all of these things combined. But you have to do it by inspiring, because as Nick taught me, financial fitness is boring. And it is. Well, we came in 5th place at the hackathon when we met. So, and I thought we were the best, but we still came in 5th, I think. But anyway, Lynn is successful, and he learned the great skills of being successful. It's not about the money you make, it's about how you manage it, right? And he wants us to be able to share this, and so he sponsors this from the Family Dollar Store. I give to you, Lynn.
So I want to thank everybody who said namaste, but I want you all to pay attention to Ben, because Ben did something different.
Yeah.
No, so
From
tomorrow,
now on, that's what we
everybody,
do for
I
Lynn.
want
Okay.
everybody to go like this.
We are not worthy.
Is that our wave?
Wacky and creative I am, Lynn.
That's
See,
why Ben,
wacky and creative.
And that's why Ben is from Great Britain, basically. So the people who are great, they do like this.
There you go. Anyway, so thank you, everybody. So I'm always thrilled to get on the store. I mean, on the show. I really am, because there's some wonderful people here. Even the people from that other country in Northern California that we won't talk about. But you know, so to be able to get to know an entrepreneur like Willie, and someone like Ben, someone like Sharif from other countries, because really we're all one people. And I have to say that I've just loved being on here, and will love to continue to be here. But why am I here? And I know that Jim is probably asking that question as I think. But anyway, I am sorry. I didn't expect
You know what? That's what this is all about. We need a good laugh every once in a while.
Sure we do. So our family owns the Family Dollar Store. Okay, we're an online dollar store, so people can achieve financial fitness by simply not leaving their house, because we know that if they have to drive to the store and buy products that they can otherwise have delivered to their home, time is money. Because Kimberly, you say that all the time. And of course, then there's the expense of spending gas, there's the depreciation of the car. Why not order and have it delivered right to your home? And I won't mention the fact, again, that I happen to live in a town where we don't have local delivery, but the post office is literally about a quarter mile down the hill from me. So I love going down there because it's in a beautiful area. But we deliver right to your home, and we deliver for free if you buy $25 or more of products. But here are some of the good things. Number one, we have what we call gift tokens. They're like gift cards, like going to CVS, Target, or some of the other big stores. You get gift cards.
Better than that.
Macy's. Well, it is better than that, Jim. And thank you very much. And I'll only make fun of that area where you live at least. I'll cut down to 2 times today. But the fact is that we have all these products you can buy. But look at this. Jim has, because he doesn't really want us to get any kind of viruses over the computer, he puts on his mask periodically, as I will, just to keep people from getting computer viruses. We have these masks, 50 of them, for $25. Now, Jim, get out your calculator, because if you get a $5 gift card, okay, that means you buy a box of the masks, you get them shipped for free, which means you're saving money that you can invest, but then you get a $5 gift card. So now it's going to cost you $20. So Jim, what does each mask cost you for the 50?
40 cents.
40 cents. But now I'm really going to strain your mathematical ability, because we are going to be giving everybody who signs up, and I was going to do it through the end of the month, but there's only a day and a half, so we're going to do it through the end of August. Okay, we're going to give everybody an additional $5 worth of gift tokens. So if all they do is buy the face masks, okay, and they apply now $10 worth of gift tokens, now it's only going to cost them $15. Shipping is free. How much is it? 30 cents. I mean, 30 cents a mask. These masks are triple layered. Okay, they're just like surgical masks. They protect you over 90% protection rate. Okay, and if people wear, for instance, a scarf like the lady I saw yesterday who had her scarf on, okay, 10% or less protection value by wearing scarves. So go to the store, protect yourself, don't leave, don't worry about getting COVID, but if you have to, wear the masks. Now we have lots of other products.
Easy.
Yep, it is easy. So Kimberly, I don't know whether you knew this, because maybe I know you were listening yesterday, so you probably heard. We have a lot of new products.
Yes, let's do that. And that's what I wanted to bring up. Let's kind of talk about these new products, because these are important new products. People don't understand that one thing, a lot of companies have struggled being able to ship CBD products. PayPal won't approve a lot of the payments. But the dollar store got past this one because they know how to do things right. But let's talk about the new products.
So scroll down the all categories, and it's not just the CDs. Well, there are some of them because we have 5 new CBD products. Okay, they're not terribly expensive. They're added to the product that Jim loves. I think he's buying us out because he needs these for his when he plays Sasha in chess. Okay, and you know, every chess player should have these, because moving those chess pieces is very difficult. You get tendonitis in the arm. For Jim, who has such pain playing Sasha, he actually has to put some on his head in advance. But we have these other CBD products that you can try, and the good news is you don't have to go out to a store or order CBD products in quantities by a month. You can get 1 or 2 of them, try them, and see if they work, which is really great. But if you go down now to new arrivals, click on new arrivals, Kimberly.
That tincture is my next one. I'm going to get that.
What's that?
The tincture, the CBD tincture. I'm going to buy that the next time I go online.
Oh wow! Look, you got the hand sanitizers.
Yeah.
We do. And I had a long day yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to order my hand sanitizers, but they're coming. We have Visine.
Oh, right. Yay.
Visine all the time.
We need that for Weed Wednesday.
There you go. Right. So we have all these products. Now, what are we doing? We're not only supporting Money Masters, but we're giving 100% of our profit to Money Masters through the end of September.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Okay. And, you know, it started out at 50%, but we're doing 100% because we really believe in the mission. So sign up to become a customer. Look around the site. We have, I'm sorry?
Coffee filters. I didn't see that before. I haven't gotten all through the product.
That's what I was going to point out. They're hard to find. You cannot find these anywhere anymore.
Coffee filters. They're great.
Yeah.
Well, $1.75. Right. I still brew coffee the old way. So yeah. I don't have a Keurig. I don't like them. They're wasteful. They make too much trash. But a coffee filter is biodegradable.
That's a great price, Lynn. That's inexpensive for quality product.
For $25 too. So I mean,
it's unbelievable.
I know.
Yeah. So here's the interesting thing. I understand Keurig being wasteful, creating trash, but we used to make a full pot of coffee every day, okay, and then we throw half of it out. and we would have all those extra coffee grinds. So I guess you have to weigh the difference between throwing out the, you buy more coffee if you use if you do the regular way, but you have to throw the filters out, although you can buy the permanent filters.
But I want to point out something that first off, all of that's biodegradable, and the coffee grinds are actually great for the garden. Or if you're very good with using it for other things, they're great for scrub on the face. Not my favorite, but I hear people say that they use it. They have beautiful skin and glowing skin, so because of the caffeine breakdown. So there are so many things, but I am a big supporter of coffee filters. They're gone. I thought they were extinct. So
I'm just overjoyed. My wife will be overjoyed to hear this.
So Kimberly, you have clearly used something on your face because you have a beautiful face, and I was
glowing. How does she get that glow, Lynn?
All the time. But we also have a new face mask. Did you see the new face mask?
No, let's scroll down and find the new face mask. I'm always big one for new face masks. So let's take a look and see what we have.
There's somewhere.
Also, the CBD shot is it going to taste like orange? It looks really good. You've got a CBD, new CBD, or I haven't tried that. That looks really like it might taste good. All right, but I don't see the mask. Let's see. Where is it?
On there yesterday, but maybe there was a run of them.
Well, that goes to figure. I will say this. You have a lot of products that I like to use, and that it's so much more cost effective.
There it is, face mask.
There you go. This one. I have this one.
How much did it cost you when you bought it over the counter?
No, I bought it here. Over the counter. Oh, but this one over the counter was costing me $25.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I've already bought this one. I got it the other day. I love them. I like them because there are different ways that you can do them. If you know how to use them, you can at least reuse them once without having to contaminate your face. But this is what I'm going to tell people. You have to scrub your face first, like a scrub, and get it really clean before you use these. And then I usually put them in the freezer, like they're open, because if they stick, you don't want that. So I put them in the freezer for a few minutes and then put them on my face.
Oh, good. So that teething gel, Lynn, I'm looking at that teething gel. You think that'll help me?
I don't know.
I probably is. Did they put you on the thing here, Jim? Is that a picture of you? So I mean,
she scrolled past it. I can't confirm or deny that.
Oh, look, you guys got wet floor wipes. Oh my gosh, that is so cool.
Oh my goodness, I'm writing that one down.
It's perfect for the bathroom. You have no idea. Just a quick wipe the bathroom. That is awesome. I like that.
So here's what we're going to do. As you may have heard me say before, Mark Lee has gone, we have over 4,300 items. At one point, it was just 4,300. And Mark has looked at 4,119 of them. Okay. So we need Mark to go now. There are more than 181 more because now we added some new items. But we need Mark to look at all of the items. Okay. And then come give us a report of what there is. Okay. Now, I'm not sure that you have enough time.
I know.
Here, let's do this. I'd like to do is if somebody goes shopping and they text us or even send us a photo of them with their new product that they're happy with, we will send them another $5 to shop with. I will. I'll take it out of my budget.
Absolutely. So here's the deal. Also, we only ship in the United States. Okay. I mean, we could ship to Canada. Sasha's not here at the moment, but I know that can't get over the border because we have trouble shipping to our daughter who also lives in Toronto. But Willie and Ben can both become customers. And when they do, because they're doing it here through IBM TV, we're going to give each of them an additional $5 worth of gift tokens. Now, they could shop for friends, here in the United States and just ship them to their friends. We have a restriction. You cannot ship to the Socialist Republic of Northern California. You can only ship to the rest of the country. Okay.
Yes.
Or you can give your tokens. You can send your tokens to friends of yours who live here. So Ankit, for instance, has a brother in Maryland who has signed up to become a customer, and he's gotten his extra $5 worth of gift tokens. And Ankit has a sister. Now, I haven't looked to see whether we've gotten any new customers in the last 2 days, but maybe she, who lives only 20 miles away from me, maybe she has signed up. And if she has, then she can get an additional $5 worth of gift tokens, because people do have to be customers to get the other gift tokens. So we encourage people to sign up. You don't have to buy to get them. So Willie, I know it's late over there in Melbourne, but you still have time. You still have time. You can sign up, to become a customer. Click on the big green button. I don't know whether you're colorblind, Willie, or not, because over 12% of men are. So that's why it's a big round button, just in case you happen to be colorblind. Sign up to become a customer. And when you do sign up to become a customer, you'll get an additional $5 worth of gift tokens that we'll send you, plus the $5 that you get automatically. And then you could send Jim $5 if you wanted to. I hate to see you do it, because I'd rather have some other people become customers. But I know people here in the United States. And Ben, you can do the same thing. So, and you know what, Ben? If you sign up to become a customer, and that we see it, I'm going to let Nick know. And when I let Nick know, I'm going to say to Nick, Ben became a customer, and therefore, Nick, you can't make fun of Great Britain anymore. There's nothing more you can say about Great Britain. All you can say is positive, right?
What we can also do, and what I'm doing too, is giving more points to the board members so they can share them with people in other countries.
Please.
Now you're becoming just a token gift giver. And that helps as well, right? It helps, share the love. There are a lot of students getting ready to go to college. What better way and gift to give them than the ability to buy their essentials online so that it's shipped and delivered to them? And they've got, dollar stores got name brands, right? They got Dial soap. They've got all kinds of
Johnson & Johnson, Sesame Street.
Yeah, cookies, and they got ramen noodles. I mean, I lived on ramen noodles in college. That's how I lived. And I tell you, to be able to just say, okay, I'm going to order all of this, and it's going to be delivered. And I'm just think that that's just better in this day and time and safer. You're not having to go out to the store. You're not having to take your time and waste your time having to go to the store. These are the essentials that you need. Toothpaste. If you need a toothbrush, you get a new toothbrush. As we learned, we should probably be replacing it every 6 weeks, 8 weeks. But they've got floss. They've got those toothpicky things. They've got sanitizer now. All these, these white things, they're really great. I mean, I kind of like them better than I do the sanitizer. I like to carry the wipes with me, the little packages, and I wipe my hands down really good. And make sure you get under your nails too if you got nails of any kind. I like my nails short, but that germs get under there. So, that's why washing your hands is better, getting them in the water. But these wipes, you can take and really run them over your hands really. And what I like about it is you can see the dirt afterwards, right? Okay, yeah, I got it, and you throw it away. So there's so many things, but I look at this as a way for a good gift for college students, a good gift for a new mom. There are all kinds of name brand.
Kimberly, do you think these would be good for my wife's our wedding anniversary? I'm going to get her some coffee filters and some wet floor wipes. Do you think that would make her happy?
Well, make a card that says "I love you" and that these are just essentials in life. And then, make sure you have something. Maybe the The minion bracelet, maybe.
That may work. So I have to try the noodles, Kimberly, because when I was in college back in the late 1800s, that company wasn't in business. So I have to try the noodles.
You made it on pizza?
Well, actually, it wasn't so much pizza. I think I told you the other day. In Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, I went to school in Bethlehem. We found this place. It was a strange place. Went to the north side. Lehigh was on the mountain on the south side, and we felt like mountain goats. By the way, going up and down the campus. But we found this place. It was red and yellow. They had hamburgers there for I don't know. 13 cents, 15
They
cents.
have big golden meat.
No, it didn't even have an arch.
Oh, didn't?
No.
That's how
For
far.
the golden arches. Oh my God.
I mean, I'm telling you, I went to school in the late 1800s.
Yeah, they didn't know about arches then.
So they didn't have those things. But we also had nickel night at Keating's. What was nickel night at Keating's? It was nickel beers. So you could get beer for a nickel. So we would go across the bridge. We would buy these hamburgers and go back to Keating's and have a beer and a hamburger. And it cost us, what was it, 20 cents, 18 cents for a dinner? I mean,
I know.
yeah.
It's hard to
50
imagine.
cent burger and a 5-cent beer. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
bring back the late 1800s.
I have a recommendation of an old time, you know how sometimes they'll do these things at a restaurant, a promo or something, and we're gonna do, the old time college day. Can we have a 50-cent burger at a 5-cent beer night?
Really?
So I just saw that Ben decided that there should be a Lynn fan club.
Yeah.
I can't believe that. Because I'm a big fan of Ben's, especially because this is the way. When
You want to be greeted. Namaste.
no,
Namaste.
I think Ben is going to be the chairman of the fan club.
So I just gotta say, when you said Big Ben or Big,
Treasurer.
I think of Big Ben when I think of the other country, the Big Ben. So
Who doesn't?
So Ben is a big part of the big IBM TV family now. So
Well,
Yes. I have signed up on your site, Lynn. I've signed up on your site. One of the executive producers saw an opportunity and invited me. So I won't say who it was, but Anki looks favourite.
so, make sure that you get more points from us. Well, I'll make sure you get some and just start sharing them. This is why I tell people.
share them. So
Gotta share the point for sure.
we just saw that Mark came on, and Mark, we need you. We want to do a whole show on you going through each of the 4,300 items. Now it's over 4,300 items, so you got to finish the whole group of them.
You've got some new items too.
I see that. We got. So what new items do we have? We got some new items.
Yeah, we have new items. We have some new CBD stuff. We have wipes. We have sanitizers. We have a new mask for Kimberly. We don't unfortunately have things for Willie in Australia yet, but we're coming. We're going to be there, Willie. Just hang in there. We'll get there. So
do we have the cleaning wipes yet? The wipes to wipe down your computer and stuff like that?
Yes, you can use some of these wipes to do that. Where was it? It was in the new items.
They're wet wipes, so be careful on your. But you can do your screen easily. Your
You can
monitor.
do your screen. Yeah. So,
And this is for Read Wednesday, the Visine.
yeah, Visine's good because I'm going to have to use it so I can see Jim more clearly. But
No, don't. You'll see his shirts.
Yeah, that's a bad idea, Lynn.
You'll see his shirts and everything. I mean,
okay.
Earlier we were on about crazy geniuses, and then just look at Jim's shirt. I mean, that's all I'm saying.
Hey,
So come-
I had to take these out,
tell
Ben,
Jim
so-
this, but part of the reason, other than I'm sometimes lazy and they're sitting off on my counter, but part of the reason I sometimes pop in without the glasses is because I don't want to see Jim that clearly.
You guys are giving me you're making me feel shy now. You know me, I'm a real shy guy.
So now we have Dylan joining us. So we
Hey,
need
Dylan.
we need Dylan to bash somebody because everybody else has been bashing Jim. So you can feel free, Dylan. It's your turn.
The first part of the show, we bashed UK. Now it's my turn.
Oh,
So,
cool. Are we roasting
Dylan, you
each
got to
other?
pick somebody.
Dylan, since you're new here, it's always okay to bash the UK.
Okay.
Always okay.
Oh, we are not worthy.
No, no,
We
no,
bashed
no.
our sponsor.
It's gone
No,
again now. It's gone again now.
It's our new sport, right? It's a new sport. We can't play cricket. We can't play baseball. Well, I guess we're playing baseball now.
Sort of.
We are playing baseball, but there's no crowd, so it's kind of like unusual.
Bash the UK, right? So
After cricket is the world's most popular sport.
right.
What did you say about sport, Dylan?
After cricket, bashing the UK is the world's most popular sport.
It's right up there with.
Gotta love it. Gotta love the UK. You know, that's what's great about this. What's going on in your part of the world, Dylan?
Not much, really. Just kind of buckling down a little bit.
Knuckle down.
Yeah, I don't know. Things seem fairly standardized out here in Colorado. Everybody seems to have settled out, evened out a little bit. Otherwise, Zach and I are getting back into recording now that his kind of health thing has cleared out a little bit. So that's nice. Yeah. Yeah.
What's the artwork in the back there, Dylan? I saw some artwork, and I've been meaning to ask you that for a while. So yeah.
Those are 2 photographs of the summit of Santorini, the island. I found them at a local thrift store for $7.50 each, so I figured why not pick them up for the wall.
Very good investment.
Hey, I'm a big fan of thrift stores. I
yeah.
get some great artwork from thrift stores, and you get some amazing things. So I don't know about the rest of the folks, but yeah, I'm a big fan of thrift stores for sure.
Oh,
Look,
for sure.
what's behind you? What's behind you, Mark? It looks like a checklist.
Exactly.
It is my to-do list, and you can pull it out, but it's the and I got this from some simple thing, but it's the 7 rules of life. Let it go. Never run a good day by thinking about a bad yesterday, and ignore them. I really like that one. Don't listen to other people. Live a life that's empowering to you. So that's an important rule. And give it time. So give it time. So those are some of the checklist rules.
Yep.
I love it. You know, we need to repeat these occasionally throughout the day. What was that number 3? What was number 3?
Give it time. Time heals everything. And
2. What's number 2?
The only person you should try to beat is the person you were yesterday. And of course, stay calm. It's on you. And then the best one, which y'all know I really love because I do it all the time, smile.
Yeah.
Smile. Life is short. Enjoy it while you have it.
I like number 2. I like number 2. I'm gonna
ignore them.
Ignore them.
Yeah, ignore them. I'm gonna focus in on that.
So one thing I noticed, especially because I've got family who lives around in Raleigh-Durham, is you guys down there have a way of taking single syllable words and making them into multiple syllable words, like time.
Are you picking on our southern accents?
Well, everybody else has been picked on. Why shouldn't you be?
Ben speaks so quickly. You're a welcome reprieve.
I just want to tell folks we're for sweet tea and Southern hospitality. So we got a lot of tea around here.
So Zach, what's in your background, man? Those look like comic books to me.
Oh yeah, a whole bunch of movies and I don't know. There's a whole bunch of stuff, just media. A lot of media.
What's your favorite movie in there?
What's that?
What's the favorite movie in there? You got tons of them. What's your favorite?
Favorite movie?
Multimedia.
It could be. I just got the Star Wars droids on VHS. So that's been taking up a lot of my time. But I have probably like 3,000 movies. So
3,000 movies?
Oh yeah, I have a lot. You can ask Dylan. He's been over here. I have like just infinite.
Have you watched them?
It's like a collector's workshop over there.
Yeah, I've
Is
seen
there
it.
a movie-
Watched them more than once.
Oh,
Is there a
absolutely.
movie that absolutely surprised you? A movie that you thought was going to be bad and you actually enjoyed it?
I guess maybe the new Judge Dredd was one of the newer ones. That one was very surprising, very good. The movie,
Maybe you should be our music critic because we don't have any.
well, Dylan's the music guy. I'm the movie guy.
Oh, maybe you should be the movie critic.
Oh yeah, I would definitely do that. I have a letterbox. My very first job was at Blockbuster Video. So one of my homework assignments for all of the people that I worked with was they would hand me 5 movies every night and like, you need to watch these tonight.
Yeah.
So I just
Tough job.
Hey, Nick, I don't know if you caught this yesterday, but we actually have another new treat as well, because I think I've talked him into appearing every once in a while. But, we started yesterday the second of my shows, which is the online dinner party with Mark Lee. And I had my friend Camille on. I know she's interested because she is an announcer and does a lot of things of that nature. But we also had Sean J. So we had a magician, and Jim, he did magic. So we actually
really? Wow.
did magic tricks. So,
Right.
yeah.
Can you go to
The thing is, we really need to have a magic show because I think magic would be really great. I can even make Jim disappear.
Yes.
See, it was pretty easy. You can't beat the magic. So a magic show on IBM TV would be really good. And now we're also having a game show coming. I can make Jim reappear if I want to. Total control. I like it. Okay, we're actually having
Power corrupts, man.
an
Absolutely.
e-game show starting today at 1. You know
Oh,
that?
yeah, definitely.
E-game.
But the funny thing about the magic show was that when he did some different tricks, the standard card tear up and make the card reappear, and like one of those ESP kind of tricks, where he knew the person's name and things of that nature. But then at one point he made, and that's what I was joking with Lynn about, he made those wipes appear. And my friend Camille said that she was really impressed, not just by his magic, but the fact that he was able to actually find the wipes.
Right, yeah.
You can't now.
I think that would be really great because what we do need to do is we need to add more programming. And Zach and Dylan have a lot of ideas. Okay, and ideas are great.
Oh, yeah.
But I need programs that I can put on IBM TV, which is a little bit better than an idea. So as soon as you guys are ready, just get with who's Ankit, because he does all the scheduling, and let's get some programming rolling. And you can even do it late at night. If you did it 3 in the morning, it wouldn't bother me because it'd be prime time for Willie Hill in Australia. He'd watch it. He goes, "Oh, 3 o'clock in the morning to you." What time is it in Australia, mate?
It's 1 a.m. somewhere.
It's 1 a.m.
2 a.m.
It's 2 a.m.
What time in the a.m.?
2 a.m. in
2
Australia.
a.m. That's what I thought he
You are
said.
mad.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if y'all noticed this, but in the chat, Ben, when he bounced off, said that he was going off somewhere to get Lynn's fan club. So he's off to buy the domain. So apparently you're going to have a fan club because he's going to buy the domain.
Yeah.
And we no longer greet him like this, Mark. We greet him like this.
Okay, yeah, and as soon as you guys want to do the movie stuff, I actually own a URL. You'll like the name. It's called blockbustervideo.tv.
Love it.
It's owned by IBM TV. So as soon as you need to, we're going to eventually develop that one.
Bankett has come up with some IMTV awards. He said the best smile goes to Kim, the best intro goes to Ben, the best personality goes to Jim, the best person goes to Lynn. I get the best talker award. Best conversation is Zach. The best listener is Sasha, and the best mate is Willie.
Best mate is Willie. I would agree.
You guys,
actually,
Dylan and Zach, you got to stick around.
That's a good idea, Mark.
Nominated for these
We
awards.
do need as an IBM TV award, and we're going to do it in the Palace.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I've already have the Palace all
Palace
picked
would
out,
work.
guys.
Oh, Dylan gets
the
an
best
award.
ideas.
Apparently the
Dylan-
best ideas
Dylan got an
are going
award.
to Dylan. So Dylan gets the award for best ideas.
I'll put that on my letterhead.
I'm so jealous, Dylan. I've been working so hard at this IBM TV stuff, and you get the best ideas. You come on and just steal that award away from me. Oh,
I don't think they're going to try to steal your chess award away.
Better luck next year, Jim.
Hanky's got a question. He said the best beard is a question mark. So I don't know. I
Oh.
guess it's between me and Zach. So I think Zach's got it, but it's a close race. So y'all have to decide. Oh, Jim got a contestant too. So Jim can be able to vote too. So Jim is more clean. So Jim
and
might
Dylan's
actually
working on his.
Yeah. Dylan's working on his.
the the best cap is going to Jim.
Oh,
There you
I
go.
tried to do it.
A little bit of Stormy Cromer right here out of Michigan. Oh yeah.
Best shirt. Come on.
yeah, that's a good
I've been
shirt.
dominating that for a year.
That's a good shirt.
Best shopper at the dollar store. So I
Well,
don't know.
Mark and I are
Yeah,
up
you
there.
gotta create that one. Who's the best shopper at the dollar store among the folks that are here?
Actually, Jim has been the best shopper at the dollar store so far. But you're a close second, Mark.
Yeah, I thought it was between us. Yeah.
The problem, Mark, is you still have 181 plus the new items to go through before you get past all the 4,300 plus items we have. So you need to shop first and then finish the rest of the items.
And then I could be up there as a contestant. He just said that the best basher is Nick. So the best basher because of Istos is Nick.
Geez, I thought I had that by talking about the Socialist Republic of Northern California.
Oh, you know,
No.
Lynn, I can always bring this out.
Oh, wait a minute, Lynn, you just got an award. I think the best reaction just went to Lynn. So Lynn's gonna get, because he just asked who the best reaction was. That was the best reaction. Lynn gets the award.
So here's what we did. We played the Miami Marlins over the weekend. The Phillies did, so that because the Miami Marlins came up and we must have known it. They had COVID. Well, that shut us down for 4 days, so the Yankees wouldn't have to come in town. We just didn't want them in town.
We had to go
Now
to
they want them in
Baltimore.
town.
Back to New York.
We had to go
Now
to
that makes
Baltimore.
sense. Y'all send them away. That's a good thing. Hey, Nick, I've come up with another idea, and I think I found the star for the idea. But I think we need a pet show, and I think Lynn's dog needs to be the star because I saw him in the background. So I think that we
Or
found
Ben's
the next.
dog. Ben has a dog.
We're gonna have a
in the
pet
United
show.
Kingdom,
Here.
You know.
Yeah, I got a dog too. She poked her nose in one time.
There he is.
Okay, this is Ankit's home, and
Oh, yeah.
this is where we're going to have our how you say the IBM
Our
TV
quarterly
awards
meeting.
and our quarterly meetings. In case you guys didn't know, but it's in near New Delhi. It's where Ankit lives, and he's invited us over to his house. So whenever you guys want to go, and we'll do the IBM TV awards. We even have a swimming pool. Okay, a little
And
nice
a
view of
mountain
the
range.
mountain.
They got everything
Yeah.
over there.
I got everything. That's the
Movies are no
bedrooms.
good. And Kit covers it.
Okay, right. And for those who don't know, there's a TV show, I think, that's based on this house right now,
Wow.
Beecham's Place. So they actually do film there. And so we can go over there and film, and we'll have the IBM TV Awards swimming pool.
But it's no Downton Abbey.
No, it's no Downton Abbey. It's called,
UK.
you
gotta
can
get
Google it. It's called
prop.
Samoti Palace. Samoti Palace, in case you guys didn't know. So
If we could have a serious moment just for a second, I'm having fun messing with y'all, but I do have to ask y'all a quick question because I saw, and it's actually a humorous but serious moment. But I did see that, that certain person that occupies the DC area in a certain part of DC, that he's thinking about calling off the election. So I want to know what folks think about this, because
Calling
apparently
off the
he's
election.
concerned about voter fraud. So he tweeted earlier today that he thinks the elections need to be postponed. So
An
I want to know what my
executive-
fine
an
friends in
executive
Colorado
order.
think, and the rest of our lovely panel
do
thinks
we,
about
do
this
we only have
notion of
Americans
canceling the
on right
elections.
now?
Sure.
Do we only have Americans on right now?
No, Willie.
Okay, well, we got to listen to the Australians because Americans all have the opinion, but it's the international community
Yeah.
that really has outside objective opinions. What do you think about us calling off our elections, mate?
Have you stopped laughing at us yet?
I guess the answer is no on that
No.
part.
Best reaction.
No, sorry, just caught me completely off guard on that one. To be serious, I haven't really followed American politics. We've been in lockdown, so we're just confined to the house, and you don't go out of the house until you need food to buy. Only essential workers are allowed to get out of the house, and it's been very strict.
Willie, are you working on a beard there because you're just locked down? Because are you getting in the beard
Yes.
competition?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mark. He's
It's
he's
a
catching up.
gym id. It's a gym id thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you're catching up to Dylan. Dylan's catching up to
Oh yeah.
but Zach and Mark have got it. It's between those two.
All right.
Okay,
I've been going for
okay.
15
You know the
years
thing
to
is,
see
Mark.
where I am.
Mark,
Yes.
and you Americans, listen up here, Americans. Okay, the population of Australia is around 24 million people. Okay, and they're concerned. They're locking down. They have masks. They socially distance. They take seriously. How many people have died in Australia?
I've got that here. That's death 189.
189. Now think about this. They have 24 million people, 189, and if you multiplied it by 10, we'd have 1,800. How many people have died in the United States over COVID-19?
I think we're over 150,000 or something like that.
150,000. Australia's just a rounding, error for the amount of deaths here. And why? Because the people in Australia take it seriously. The people in America don't.
Yep.
They really do not take this seriously. And because of that,
female president.
Yeah,
Yep.
well, that female president. Okay, because of that we're not taking this seriously. We have 150,000 deaths compared to Australia, 189. He's talking about lockdown. He's talking about being very careful where he goes. Do you wear a mask over there too when you go out?
Yep.
Really?
Yep.
You wear a mask when you go out. They
You get
wash their
fined,
hands. They frankly take this seriously. And here, it's a bloody joke. By the way, Herbert Kane just died of coronavirus.
Yeah, we heard
Yeah,
that.
Kimberly.
Okay, I mean, I threw it on the internet,
Yeah.
but he's not going to be the only one. There's going to be a lot of famous people that are going to die. A lot of people are going to die because here in the United States, we do not take this seriously, and
Why with us?
that's the real problem. And as we go across the world, I'm embarrassed because he's saying 189. Malaysia has 30 million, has like 113. I mean, if you go across the world, what they did is they took it serious. Japan has 8, and they have 200 million people. We do not take it seriously. We have extremely poor leadership, not just poor leadership, extremely poor leadership, and not just ignorant people, but extremely ignorant people that just don't understand how bad this is.
So
Oh yeah, that alone, what you're they already
what
said
we
would reduce coronavirus 85%.
So
And even today, I see people that resist on it.
yesterday I may have said this, Nick, but there's a lady that I know. She went to Ocean City, New Jersey, took her family down there for vacation. Her mother is in a wheelchair, so she's obviously one of the people who is at risk. They were going to go to the beach, maybe walk the boardwalk. She went out. She saw nobody wearing masks.
Right.
Nobody.
Yeah.
So instead of having a vacation, their whole vacation was 1 week of quarantining themselves in the condo that they rented and then coming home because nobody was wearing masks in.
Yeah. And you know what, Lynn, I hate to say it, our media is complicit in this because our media doesn't slap people side the head. I mean, seriously, Mark, that's what they need to do to let them know how serious this is. They don't show the people that are dying and gagging on every night, which they really should do that. And the thing is, there's certain people that are trying to make it a political issue, and the virus doesn't give a rat's rear.
No, that's very true. And I remember Willie, the thing that Willie said that amazed me, and I forgot the figure, but I know that there are some fees here for a mask, not wearing a mask, but they're very minimal. But Willie, what was that figure that you said that if you were to go out, you would have to pay if you did not wear a mask?
$4,000 per person.
Ooh,
that starts adding up.
There you go. Get them, Willie. But see, that's the difference. You guys are taking it serious. They're not.
I came up with a new one. I also sanitize the back of my throat with a 12-year-old single malt. You use it to sanitize the back of your throat.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, the Americans need to take a lesson from Malaysia, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan that have reduced the coronavirus next to nothing while we bleed 150,000. One political party goes, oh, we're not going to, it was funny on TV. Well, we're just going to let the senators decide for themselves. And then the next thing that, because we know they're going to do the right thing, next thing they had a clip and they're all hanging out with each other, blowing coronavirus on each other. Yeah, I'm serious.
But Nick, there's a difference.
How stupid is our country? I mean, this is
stupid. Masks and quality masks, and Willie's drinking single malt, so it's much better than blended. if you want to sanitize the back of your throat.
Yeah.
You got to stick with the single malt.
Yeah.
So, Zach, how many people do you think would actually be wearing the mask, as well as Dylan, if they said that it was $4,000 over there in Colorado every time you stepped out of your house and didn't have a mask? So how many people do you think would be wearing masks there?
I'd wear like 3.
Yeah, I had at least one spare on me at all times.
Two in the pocket. Yeah.
You know, and Australians
One
are
under your
free-
cap.
oh, by the way,
Yeah.
Australians are freedom-loving
No,
people.
dude.
Okay, I mean, if you ever go to Australia, they are freedom-loving people. They like to go out. They like to hang out with the outback. They're as
But they're
freedom
not
as anybody
stupid.
else, but they're not as stupid as we are to not wear masks, not socially distance. And now there's a debate that, oh, we should open the schools or not. There's no debate. It's over, guys. You open the school, it's a petri dish of infection. Figure this one out, chess player. Come on.
Oh, I agree
Kids,
with you.
but I
know here in this area they're talking
listen.
like 9 weeks of doing virtual, but even the universities. I've got a one of my brother's girlfriend's daughter is going to East Carolina. He's actually going to school in a week because some of the schools are actually letting the freshmen and the sophomores go. The juniors and the seniors get to go virtually. I'm sitting there going like, wait a minute. Why are we sending the young ones to school and not the older ones? Or why are we sending anybody to school? Their argument is that it's all about
Mark,
social nature.
it's just plain dumb because the thing is the kids get it. They are asymptomatic for the most part. And guess what? Do they come home? Oh, yeah, they do come home. You don't say, hey, kids, go to school. You're not coming back. Ain't no boarding school that I know of. Okay, these little kids go to school and they're going to bring it back too. Their parents and unfortunately their grandparents. It does not take a rocket scientist to figure out this is a bad idea. Yet our government is thinking, well, maybe we should open, maybe we shouldn't, maybe we should do. There's no thinking to this. Follow what Australia does. Follow what Malaysia does. Follow what Japan does, and you're going to get the results. No coronavirus. Follow what we do, and you have 150,000 deaths. Okay. All right. There's the metrics just show that this is bad decision making, and we have extremely bad decision makers who are making these decisions. I mean, it's horrible.
No, I agree with you, Lynn.
I'm railing on them, baby.
What does your puppy think about all of this madness going on with us humans? I'm sure the puppy's probably sitting there going like, "How folks have lost their mind."
He just comes up and licks my face occasionally, and if he spits it out, probably thinks I have COVID. I don't know. No, he's fine. I don't even know where he went. He took off. So, yeah, he doesn't think much about it.
Yeah, well, it's just really pathetic. I mean, the thing is, there's no other way to describe our health policy in the United States of America,
Or lack thereof.
or lack thereof. I'm actually embarrassed about how bad it really is, and I'm only embarrassed because guys like Willie show up, you know. And I look at Australia, and then Sharif comes in from Malaysia, and you know,
And they
and
talk
I
about
look at their
outbreaks.
numbers. What?
They're talking about outbreaks. Like, and they're talking
I know
about
they're talking about outbreaks. They have like 10 people that actually got it. Do you know the death rate in the United States is 1 a minute are dying of coronavirus? And my prediction is we're going to see over 250,000. It's already the third leading cause of death in the United States. We're going to see over 250,000 people die. Well, and it has nothing to do with the virus. The virus is going to be the same. It's how we reacted to it and continue to react to
But Rush
it.
Limbaugh
It's very,
told
very
us
important.
it's just like the common cold.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it's just like the common cold. Yeah, 150,000 people die of the common cold's third leading cause of death. Come on. Who's Rush Limbaugh anyway?
Yeah.
What is he? What is he?
I've heard
Okay,
of-
hey, wait. Isn't he some radio guy?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah,
radio
radio.
guy.
So you get your medical information. Okay, Jim, knowing you from the left coast, you get your medical information from some dude on the radio. That is smart. You know?
Nick, as a
Yeah.
fellow radio person, we don't count him as a radio guy. We
Yes, there you go, Mark. Slap that guy, baby. Slap that Rush Limbaugh.
Yeah, we don't even count Rush. He's like that guy that occupies some dial, but no, he's not a radio guy.
Yeah, you
the
know.
one you skip
Okay, but see, the thing is, Jim, this goes back to what I'm saying. The media is doing a disservice if they don't say what's really going on and how bad it is and juxtapose it to the rest of the world. Okay, guys like Rush Limbaugh should be taken off the air. And where's our guy from Britain? He needs to come back because they used to have an old-fashioned way of handling guys like him. It's called drawn and quartered. Okay, Brits would know that, right? You draw him, you quarter him, you display him.
Well,
and then
Sasha's in favor of the guillotine.
Hey, we
yeah,
know,
Sasha likes the guillotine.
we can do that, but Willie, that kangaroo of yours is still in the backyard. Can we get the kangaroo
still in the backyard.
backside? Can we get the kangaroo in the backside?
So,
You have a guillotine in your backyard?
No, he's got a
Oh, he's got a kangaroo. The kangaroo's gonna kick him in the backside.
Kangaroo.
The koala's allowed indoors. The kangaroo's kept outdoors.
Kangaroos are the ruse. Mm.
the other thing that we picked up was the Karens. The Karens are doing their circle. So we had a very wealthy Karen. Oh no, you can't confine me to just walking the streets. I need to be walking all over the place, and she got a hefty fine.
Oh, really? Okay.
Just her dad owns like 50 pubs and bars.
Are the pubs and bars open?
Yes, some of them in the other states.
Oh, in the
in
other
Victoria,
states.
they're not. Yeah,
not where you
so
are.
her dad owns like 50 pubs and bars, and the husband owns like a ski resort. So she's, but
So
at the same time, she's quite dumb.
Tell us what you mean by Karen.
Karen,
Karen
oh, Karen is an American expression for the entitled female.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
How many
Yeah,
Americans
before.
knew that, by the way?
I did.
Zach knows
I
it.
knew
Okay,
that.
the radio guys the movie and music people know it. The rest of us don't have a clue. They watch too many movies.
Oh, you-
over
We
the
have,
years.
we have to deal with Karens on a daily basis.
You do what?
Zach and I have to deal with them at a daily basis at our other job.
Okay, so what is a Karen exactly?
You're not up to speed on this.
I
You
am
gotta
not
get
up
on
to
the
speed
radio
on
more.
Karens.
Yeah, a very
The ones that will point out to you that she doesn't need to wear a mask.
Oh, really?
He's
Yeah.
entitled.
Oh, they're entitled.
oh very.
Yes.
Okay.
Paris Hilton would be a Karen. She's
Oh, really?
Karen to
Paris
the
Hilton.
extreme.
Okay, right.
Yes.
Nancy Grace.
Nancy
Yeah.
Grace.
Yes.
Okay, keep going, guys.
Still on the air.
Kelly Conway, another Karen.
Kelly who? I don't watch that much TV
Betsy
or
DeVos.
movies, so I don't know these people.
Yeah, Betsy Voss here.
Betsy who?
DeVos.
DeVos. Okay, I've seen her before.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's a Karen.
she's a Karen.
She's a Karen.
Okay, that's good. That's good because now I know what they are. I was trying to figure it out because our sexist leader down below from the Socialist Republic of Silicon Valley believes that they should all hold the highest political office, and then things would change for the better.
Well, let's just put it this way.
Just an experiment.
Without getting into the puppy again,
That's what
there's
Trump said.
Karen is a polite way of they're entitled, and it's also a polite way of calling them another name that you might call a female dog. So that's my way of describing
really?
it. Another way
Okay.
to call it that.
Yeah, honestly, that's the first I've ever heard of it.
No,
But
But Nick, you grew up with Heathers.
who?
Heathers? You know what Heathers?
No, I do not. You guys are
Okay.
speaking foreign language to me. Okay, what's a heather?
What about a
It's a flower, right, or something?
No.
No,
Zach,
Okay.
educate Nick
you,
here.
you guys. I need slang
Nick needs
101 here. Okay,
No,
what's a heather?
The movie from the 80s, Heathers, with Christian Slater and Winona Ryder.
Yeah.
It's the idea of like the plastics or the mean girls or the over privileged, the self-imposed elite. That would be a Karen.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
in
so there's a
1940.
Karen and a heather.
Or they were very similar to
Okay, dude.
what was the term that y'all had in California, Jim? There was a term that was also used a lot, but it was named after a certain part of California. They would be Karens as well.
Karens and heathers. I never even heard of that. See,
To
back
me,
there,
Karens in a lot
those
of
are
ways have some of the
technical
similar
journals. I
similarities
read
of the
technical
Valley
journals.
Girls.
The Valley Girls, yeah.
Read-
Yeah,
watch
Valley Girls.
Moon Zappa.
Valley Girls. What's a Valley Girl? Where do you guys come up with this?
You don't know
Wait a
Valley
minute.
Girl? Oh,
No,
goodness.
I never heard of what you guys are talking about. Heathers,
Dylan.
Karens, and Valley Girls.
Dylan.
Where do you guys
You
live?
gotta get
It was
out.
the Valley
You don't
Girl.
even know your
What is a
currency.
Valley
was
Girl?
like 80s, right?
I mean, Valley Girl is originally based on that Zappa song, isn't it?
Moon
Like,
Zappa, yeah.
yeah.
Right. So
No,
what
a
are we
Valley
talking
Girl is-
about?
It's an exaggerated stereotype about a vapid California girl who's more obsessed with like surface
Oh my
level
God.
things. At least that's how I was
Yeah.
kind of like aware of it.
Oh, gag me with a spoon.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't
Yeah.
know what you guys are
But I'm
talking about.
saying, Jim, what decade was that?
And who's
That was
Zappa
the-
anyway?
yeah,
Is
I'm
Zappa is
Zappa?
Zappa a person? Who's
Yeah,
Zappa?
Frank Zappa. You don't know Frank Zappa?
No, I do not know. I
He's,
never heard
he's
of
a
him. Does he
foremost
play chess?
surreal musician.
Is he
Oh.
good? Can we get him on
Yes.
IBM TV? Is he worth
No,
watching?
he's dead
He's
now.
dead.
Oh my
Is he-
God!
well, I guess he won't be on IBM TV.
His daughter.
So why
Moon-
do I care
If we
about
could
a
get
dead
Zappa on here,
musician?
that would be fantastic.
Nick, let me
Okay,
ask
why
you
do I
this.
care about a dead musician I've
Nick,
never heard
let
of?
me ask you this, because there's a possibility we're going to get through Zach one of his buddies. I won't say who, because Zach hasn't told me that I can reveal it, even though he revealed it to some of the other producers and myself. But one of his buddies may be appearing on the show. Nick, do you know who George Clinton is?
Is he
Whoa.
President Clinton's brother?
No.
George
Yeah.
Clinton?
Yes. Good
Yeah,
job.
Parliament
Oh,
put
he's
together.
President Clinton's
Good
brother.
job.
No, he has nothing to do with President Clinton. But one of
Okay.
his buddies
Did he-
in that
did he-
people
did he-
category will
he
be
found the
appearing on that
railroad?
show very nearby. So I won't
Okay,
tell you.
George-
who.
Spent too much
It's not
time in
the
law
famous
school.
guy.
You're
But you
talking
don't
about,
even know who George is.
does he play chess? I don't know who he is. What's his rating?
Is he a lawyer?
Is he a lawyer?
No.
Is he a CEO of a
No, he's a
company?
member of parliament.
I know lawyers, CEO of the companies. I don't know this.
He is a member of parliament. That's true.
Oh, he is? Really?
Parliament. Yeah, man. You don't know Parliament either.
No,
No,
that's
he's thinking
that-
parliament
that's
like
a
the,
UK
he's
thing.
thinking like the royal parliament, but this is a group called Parliament.
From
Have you
parliament.
heard of
Really?
Parliament?
Okay, a parliament. So it isn't the UK. I don't need to get Ben involved to tell me who this Clinton guy is.
No.
And Parliament is not part of the
You heard
UK.
that right here on IBM TV. This Clinton guy.
I have no clue who this guy is. If you said George Clinton in
Don't
Parliament,
let Zach hear you say that.
who's Zach?
Who's Zach?
Zach's the guy down there.
No,
Yeah.
not the music guy.
Wait. Does Zach know? Does Zach know who he is?
My
Come on,
punk brother
Zach.
Zach.
But the movie guy or the music guy.
Do you know who this
Yes,
Clinton
music
guy
guy.
is? Do you know this George guy? You
Yeah.
do?
Yes.
I've never heard of him.
Zach's got 2 shows on IBM TV.
Zach
Not-
has
not
2
this
shows.
Zach. Not this
Oh.
Zach, the other Zach. The Funk Zach. My
Oh, Funk Zach. Yeah, I know Funk
I'm
Zach.
also
Funk
Funk
Zach's
Zach.
famous. I know Funk Zach, but I don't know this George Clinton guy.
Just don't let Funk Zach hear you say you don't know who George Clinton is.
Yeah, but
That-
Funk Zach is famous.
Just for your own good.
George Clinton, I have no clue. I know Funk Zach.
He's a little more famous.
He is
Probably.
really more
Yeah.
famous than Funk.
A little more famous.
Really?
Yes,
I've heard of
George
Funk. I've
Clinton
never
is
heard of
Funk.
Funk.
Been for 40 years.
You did. Nick,
never heard of
this is apparently it's messing with Nick's day. You did hear before he died of this certain person named Prince, right?
Prince. Oh yeah, but I think I thought they were both alive in England. You know, there's Prince of Wales and Prince of, you know, what is he? It's another Prince. There's a couple of them over there, and there's a Prince of Orange in Netherlands. I didn't know they died.
Oh,
I
no.
thought they were still
We
alive.
could get him with Michael Jackson. You know, you've heard of Michael
Yes,
Jackson.
I've heard of him.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, Andrew Jackson's brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, or grandchild. Yes, I've heard of him.
Yeah.
Right.
He was
You
the
know.
Senate Majority Leader. Yeah.
Senate Majority Leader. Yes, right. Of course, right. Yeah, one has a real name Stonewall Jackson or something like that, or Henry Jackson.
Since it's only 2 in the morning and you just give
I
us
don't-
a
I
hard
don't- I don't
time.
listen- I don't
think
listen-
you don't
hey,
know
listen-
these people.
listen,
I think you just
Mark,
give us a hard
Mark,
time.
Mark,
So I've got to ask you a very quick
listen,
question.
I only read
Die with all.
technical journals. I only listen to classical music. So when you get guys go beyond that, okay, it's beyond a technical journal, beyond classical music. I don't have a clue what you're talking about. If it's a chess player, I do know them. I know a lot of the chess players.
Bach.
The CEOs,
You
I
know
know a lot of them.
Beethoven.
Yes, I know
You
Bach.
Bach.
I know Bach, Beethoven. I know Rachmaninoff.
Okay. Now
I
we're
know
talking
Haydn.
English language.
Okay, I mean Vivaldi, of course. Okay, I follow all those guys. I know they're all dead, but
You know
I do follow them.
Yo-Yo Ma. You probably
Yeah.
know Yo-Yo Ma.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's only classical music. You got to understand. I have very narrow tunnel vision, and then I know CEOs of corporations, and I know chess players. Beyond that, don't know any of these people. You know, but I'm glad that George Clinton, President Clinton's brother, is going to be on IBM TV, whoever the heck he is. or
But Nick, so
No
you know
fun.
CEOs, and I know that Zach and them need to get a good interview. You're going to help hook them up with Elon Musk, right? 'Cause they
Yeah,
need Elon
okay,
Musk to roll out.
I can do
Oh, yeah.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Right, I'm all
He
over
was a great
Elon Musk.
classical pianist.
Yes,
That's
right.
good for us. Yeah.
Yeah.
He fits into what we do.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll ask you guys. Okay,
Our Venn diagrams are very narrow.
Jim cannot
See,
answer. Jim
Zach
cannot
and
answer.
Elon want Elon Musk, and they want. I'm thinking Bill Gates. Bill Gates would work if he can get you
Yeah,
Bill
I
Gates.
got Bill Gates. Okay, but
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. Jim cannot answer. Okay, since you guys are messing with names, does anybody here know who Alan Trefler is? He's been on our television show before. Look at this.
Someone doing mushrooms.
Okay, no, he's
Not
the.
Fanning?
Okay, go Google him someday. He's a chess player. He's a master chess player.
Great
CEO of Pegasystems, net worth over $3 billion, and he's been on IBM TV. Those guys I know. Okay, this George Clinton guy, I don't have a clue. You know, is he a multi-billionaire? Then I probably know who he is. If he's just a guy who sings music, I don't have a clue who these people are, unless he's a classical music, and they're all dead. So,
Willie, I know it's early in the morning, so you might not be able to give us an answer because it's time for you probably to go to sleep and everything. But what is the big popular musicians in Australia? I know y'all got a musical scene there. I need to know what the musical scene is. Who is like the big Australian musician? I want to know who they are. There's one.
Who's the famous Australian musician?
ABBA musician. No, sorry, no idea. I only know the song. The song. I come from the land down under. That's
Men at Work.
Hunters and Collectors.
Men at Work. Good job.
Men at Work.
Are they from Australia?
Midnight Oil.
That's pretty good.
Midnight Oil.
Midnight Oil.
Rock band Wolf Mothers from Australia.
What's a Vegemite sandwich?
Vegemite sandwich.
This is out of Australia, Dylan.
What's that?
You said Wolf Monsters is out of Australia?
Wolf Mother. Yeah, they're a rock band that was started in like 2004. They're very good.
Cool.
Oh, really?
Represent, Dylan. Taking Australia pride.
Okay. Do they sing Waltzing Matilda? We'll go Walt.
Oh, yeah.
With me.
Burl Ives sang that. Well, I know that.
You know that one.
Well, if we're not careful, Zach's going to pull out an Australian movie because he got all the movies back there. I'm sure he's got an Australian movie back there somewhere. So he's going to look into it.
Mad Max is a classic
Nicole
one.
Kidman.
Mad Max.
Yeah, we import your best actors. They come over here. You know that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
Okay, like Nicole Kidman.
I fell in love with her, but then she didn't play chess, so I just dumped her.
You dumped Nicole Kidman because he doesn't play chess. That'd be about right.
Yep.
Well, do you know how many people he has dumped because they don't play chess? I heard he dumped Halle Berry because he found out that Halle didn't play chess.
See, in chess world, what you guys don't know, the first thing
He could be Catwoman for you, but not for me.
What Jim asks is, what's your rating? That's what they all you know.
I'm making an exception, a South African exception, because she's promised to learn.
To Alexander May?
Yeah.
She did promise to learn. And,
she promised to learn, so I'm holding out hope for her.
Yeah, she's famous in South Africa. I don't know if you know.
So what if one of these Hollywood actresses promises to learn? I'm gonna go see if I can't call. Well, I know Petrie Bird. He's the bailiff for Judge Judy. So we're gonna see if we Judge Judy and Petrie can't learn chess just so you can be friends with them.
Okay. I've never seen Judge Judy. I've never seen any Survivor shows or any reality.
Judge Judy.
Survivor.
I've never seen reality TV except for when President Trump is on TV.
Yeah, we're living it, Jim.
Yeah.
What's that, Dylan?
We're living it.
Show that
We're
there's all kinds of ratings now called Indian Matchmaker. I've heard all kinds of people talking about it, and I've yet to see it either. But apparently, it's like some new thing. So it's kind of like The Bachelor, but for the Indian population.
No, Ankit's not on, so he can't.
He can't defend India. Hey, you know, since Ben's not on, we can just beat up Great Britain. You know,
we beat it up when he is.
By the way, that is totally fair. So if you guys in Colorado, I know you smoke a lot of weird stuff over there, think your life is going bad or something bad's happened, just remember, you can always blame Great Britain on your life and the reason why things are bad here, because they really destroyed the whole world. They destroyed Australia, India, the United States, everywhere. So just pile it on. Especially when Ben comes on, just pile it on Great Britain. We're okay.
And then send him some of that great wheat.
Yeah, and by the way, they're real modest. You know, the thing is, if you think about it, that most people would say Britain. We call ourselves the United States of America. We don't call ourselves the Great United States of America, do we? Yet.
Not yet.
We were working on it. We're going to make America great again, and we can change the name, the Great United States of America.
Where they're divided.
There is one of this country that does have great, or like a real royal title to its name, because there's Great Britain. But I remember I went on a cruise, and one of the stops was this place called the Grand Turks. So I guess there's a couple of other countries that try to get a little greatness or grandness to them.
Yeah,
We
and
do
there's
have
the Grand Bahama Island.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but we do need to rename the country and make it the Great United States of America. Stop this United States.
Great Colorado.
Oh yeah.
Great Colorado.
Yeah, Colorado's great. Yeah.
Might need might see some edits on that copy, but there's something there.
Well, you take Boulder. Now, Boulder is not representative of Colorado.
No.
And Colorado does have this amazing, because didn't they win a championship or come close to winning a championship in baseball not that long ago? And they look like they're strong again this year. So the Colorado Rockies, I think that I saw that they've only got one loss, or they look like they're at least starting off strong. But if they're like my Brewers, they start off strong and then they kind of fade into the woodwork as the season goes on.
Have a good ERA in Colorado.
But they cheat. Okay, the thing is, those people in Colorado cheat. Okay, let's get real. There's no air there, and so when they throw a football, it goes like 500 yards. Oh, look how that dude in Wyoming. He had the same thing. He's at 5,000.
It's the same air for everybody, Nick.
He throws the ball 500 yards. Of course,
so you're saying that's the reason that Elway was so great when he was a Bronco, was because he had all that air up there.
I mean, he didn't have a good arm, not at all. When he played,
you don't need a good arm. Not in Colorado.
Diet air.
The whole country is a vacuum, so you can. It's like throwing a football in the moon. It just keeps going. Whoa, boy, that was pretty good. And I know because when I played golf over there, I was going. He hit the ball 300 yards. Hey, no problem. Why not? There's no air resistance. All right. So they don't live in. So they cheat. They don't live in the regular world. So when they hit the ball, oh look, the ball went out of the park. Of course it did. There's nothing stopping it. It's like hitting the ball on the moon. And
nobody's making people not live here.
That's the realities of Colorado.
They are also playing our team, though. There is our team there that gets to hit the ball as well. So
it's the same air for both teams.
That's just an excuse. Okay,
I don't know. I'm not a sports guy.
Okay.
He's a movie guy.
I'm a movie guy.
They don't make any movies. They don't make any movies. And if you're a movie guy, what are you doing in Boulder? They don't make any movies there. I talked to Henning Morales. They make all the movies in California, Hollywood.
All the talents in
Hollywood. So if you guys are in Boulder,
that's why we're connecting with you.
We're going to be the first.
Yeah, we're going to make it big here.
You're going to make it big there.
Well,
Nick, they're following the rule that they say everybody should do, which is you make it in your area of your home. You make it in the hometown, then you branch out, and then you make it to the world. But you start in your hometown.
No, you make it in New York or Hollywood.
We're going to put
Boulder, Colorado. The only thing good came out of Boulder, Colorado was Mork and Mindy, and it was produced in Hollywood. I mean, that's the realities of it.
That house is in Boulder.
Nothing gets produced. They just named it Boulder because they know no one goes there.
Mindy doesn't like chess. I checked.
This is what Boulder looks like. No one has a clue what it looks like. So the thing is, they said, we'll have Mork and Mindy in Boulder. They just threw the city out, figuring, well, it's a place in Colorado no one's ever been to. So we'll just throw it out there. And that's what they did. And it was all produced in Hollywood. Nothing was produced in Boulder. The only thing they produced in Boulder, Colorado is that stuff. And that's it. And because they grow it in the mountains. You guys get real. They grow it in the mountains and they bring it back into the country. And that's what they do. And they hide it. Oh, we're going to hide it from the feds. Then no one cares about the feds because feds don't go there. So they made it legal. They go, well, we might as well make it legal. Federal agents don't even know where you are. And that's Colorado. It's kind of a weird place to live. Admit it. Yeah. Admit it, Dylan. Admit it, Zach.
Yeah, 100%.
There we go.
I'll never deny that.
Right. See, Jim, I was right, wasn't I?
Okay, you got one.
Got one?
Yes.
I mean, he just pulled out Mork and Mindy. Next thing you know, he's going to be pulling out Northern Exposure.
Northern Exposure. Right.
Vermont?
What?
Was Northern Exposure like Vermont?
I have no clue.
I think Northern Exposure that was set in Alaska, if I remember correctly, because that's Twin Peaks. Yeah, that's the one that had the moose at the beginning of it.
Yeah, Alaska.
But I think Twin Peaks was in Washington State, wasn't it?
Yeah, Twin Peaks, I think, was Washington State. Northern Exposure was Alaska, and it would start off with like the moose running around the town because it was a small town.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I actually lived in their town for a while. They have the hill. Everybody has to go to the hill. And then they have the Dark Horse. We'll give a plug for the Dark Horse. Good hamburgers, right?
It's still there.
Yeah, still there. So you eat the Dark Horse. You go to the hill. You know, you look at the mountains. They have the Flatiron Mountains there. Going, wow, big mountains in the back there. And then you go to Lake Eldor and you go snow skiing and you come back. You know, it's kind of a nice way to live. And you feel like
I climbed a 14,000-foot mountain the other day. It was nice.
I just drove up it, so it was nice.
Climbed the 14th.
It's a 14er. Yeah.
Which one is it?
It's generally considered the easiest one, but it's the first one I've done. It's near Georgetown, so it's
okay.
into the Front Range a little bit.
You know what?
And how long did it take you to climb this mountain? Because that's not a short distance.
What's that?
How long did it take you to climb it?
My friends and I got up and down in almost exactly 5 hours.
Do you know what the tallest mountain is in Massachusetts?
In Massachusetts?
Yes.
No.
It's Mount Greylock, and it's just a little over 3,000 feet.
Oh, that's huge.
I used to run up and down it.
Oh yeah. I went to a university that was notorious for having the largest hill in the area as like 400 feet tall, and it was fill in from building an overpass. That's what Northwest Ohio is. Yeah.
You know what the tallest mountain is in Kansas? There isn't one.
What about the highest peak in Florida? Do you guys know what that is?
No.
It's like 5 feet above sea level.
Well, no, it's not that high. It's around 323 feet. There's a couple of them. One is called Iron Mountain that sits at 323 feet in Lake Wales. I've been there. I've seen it. Huge, absolutely huge. So yeah, 14ers we don't have, but I did take the cog up to the top of Pikes Peak. That was cool. The only problem with it, I got up there, I can't breathe. I can't breathe oxygen. You know, I mean, tough. Guys, you need to pipe in some oxygen. It was start getting headaches, you start getting dizzy. Then people give you these little things that are round and white. Here, take one of these. That's Colorado. It is true. That's Colorado. These guys know it. They live there. They live it every day.
I know.
I mean, unbelievable. Did you move to Colorado, or were you guys born there?
No, I moved here about 2 years ago.
From where?
From Maryland.
From Maryland. Okay, where do you move from?
Another mountain state.
Yeah. I moved here almost exactly 3 years ago next week from Ann Arbor, Michigan. And from there, I lived in Ohio. Yeah.
Okay, what's the big draw in Boulder? Why Boulder? Why not in a real city?
Well, I originally moved here because I wanted to leave Ann Arbor. I agree with
that. That's University of Michigan. Boo.
Yeah.
Okay,
well, I mean,
go
a little bit.
When they play or Ohio State.
I very much prefer Michigan over Ohio in general. I lived in both of them for a long time. A friend invited me out to Denver, and then she wound up leaving, and I worked in Boulder, so I wanted to move closer. So a coworker and I found an apartment, and that's where I am now.
Okay.
Dylan, let me get this straight, because I think I did that one time too. Let me guess, was this just a friend or was this a romantic friend? Because I know I moved to Miami thinking it was a romantic friend, and I made a mistake of not knowing how far away I was when I took the job in Boca Raton, because I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be close to my friend that's a lovely lady and I want to try to pursue her, and she's in Miami. I'm in Boca Raton. Boca Raton and Miami are not near each other.
Oh, I should be so lucky. No, Olivia, she is closer to a sister to me. She's a friend my sister knew when my sister lived out here. She moved out to Michigan to live with us for a little while, moved back out here, invited me out here, and now she's in Portland. Yeah.
That's the way it works.
What's going on in Portland? Have you talked to her about what's happening?
We've talked a little bit. She's doing her best to stay safe, but she's saying it is scary to be out there. I think she's a little further. She's not in downtown, so she's a little more in the suburb area, but she's still really cautious and pretty careful out there.
Yeah, because there's a lot going on, but not just with the COVID we know is going on, but also
the federal.
They rolled in the military into Portland now. They rolled them out.
Is it the military though, Mark? Because there's no identification.
No, it's not the military.
No, it's not the military.
Yeah, it's unmarked.
It's unmarked. They don't identify themselves. I call them mercenaries.
Allegedly, they were pulled out the other day. Allegedly. The thing about unmarked federal agents is that you can never be sure.
Yeah.
No.
And then
now the
were we
president
sure
has
that they
been
were pulled out there, or were they pulled into Chicago? Because I heard rumors they were going to Chicago, so they might be going from one city to the next and then come back.
And New York.
I listened to the mayor of Portland and the mayor of Chicago. Both were excellent speakers on the subject. And I also heard the governor of Oregon talking about this as well. And they did not okay this.
No.
They were not consulted on this. And, and people don't know that the National Guard was called out in the Obama administration to protect federal buildings. But there was no hue and cry about it because they were National Guard. They wore National Guard signs on their uniforms, and they just protected the building. They didn't go out into the streets and start agitating peaceful protesters, which is what we've seen in Portland. They
And
didn't.
because of that, that is why I'm concerned about what I brought up earlier. Because I said earlier in different shows that we've had here, and I've said just to friends of mine, anytime that we've got somebody that's threatening not to have elections, I think he's crazy enough to do it. So I'm worried about that because
Trump always uses Twitter to float these ideas as like little kind of dog whistles for his followers, just to like they always say take him seriously, but don't take him literally, which in this case, even that is troublesome. Because now that idea is out there in the consciousness of people who follow him. Whether he intends to follow it through or not, people are going to be asking about it now. And that was the
These aren't
entire
dog
point.
whistles anymore. These are outright barks.
Yeah.
And he's talking about, you protect your property values. We won't let these low-income people move next to you. That's a bark to the suburban people that are afraid and playing on fears. And he's trying to, and these clashes, there are bad apples out there that are looting and that kind of stuff. And they should be arrested. I grant you that. But there are peaceful protesters that we're talking about that are being dispersed with chemical agents and by people that we do not know who they are.
Yeah, because what were you saying? What were you going to say, Zach? You look like you're going to make a point as well.
Oh, that he's already taken away, or he's like trying to dismantle the post office already. So, that's already in effect. So, he's making his moves to do some stupid stuff. So, somebody
who votes by mail every election?
Trump does.
Well, Trump does, and so does our military.
Yeah.
All our veterans overseas vote by mail. So why would you take away their right to vote? I don't understand it.
Because he can't win fairly.
It's coming to me. Maybe that's the way he gets reelected.
Yeah. Or becomes like an emperor or something.
Yeah.
Yep, I can see that. That's not the way that he would get elected, so he might try to do that old emperor thing and scare us all that way. So he'll just come out and make some announcement that, look, I'm going to declare myself King Trump.
Or take the election, the polling stations their voting stations that were in downtown and move them outside the city, so people can't
down rural polling places.
Yeah.
It's scary. It's weird because like Dylan and I, we write science fiction a lot of the time. That's mostly what we spend our time on. And it's hard to write something that is fantastic now because the world we live in is so crazy that you try to write anything. It's like, well, that's not even interesting anymore because
it's not even hard to like. Fantastical stuff is difficult enough, but it's difficult to write something that is supposed to be set in a grounded future. Because it's difficult to imagine a world spun out from our current events that doesn't directly reference this. Because as strange as it sounds, the Trump administration is canon to reality. Like any story set in the future could realistically have a reference to anything that's happened over the past 4 years. But it feels fantastical to have to do that in a way. Because this is so out there, and it feels like such a swerve from the way that things were portrayed even 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Like if you look at near future sci-fi from 2015 compared to near future sci-fi from 2019, the tone and the portrayal of the future is vastly different.
Oh, yeah. I can even see that with comedy because I've got friends that are comedians, and to some degree, I'm a big fan of satire, and there is definitely some satire that they're using now based on what's happening. But at the same time, our comedians, and I can say that I can call some of them friends, it's becoming almost like they're having to make political commentary because they can't really do straight comedy because what's happening is comical in and of itself in a bad kind of way.
It's completely saturated our reality.
Well, Dylan, could you write a science fiction about people prying children from their mother's arms and putting them in cages?
It's not science fiction, Jim. That's reality.
Right? Yeah.
It's just a documentary. Yeah, we used to sit down and say like, hey, what could happen in 5 years from now? What could happen in 10 years? And it used to be like flying cars or people mining for spice or water is gone. But now it's like, I don't know, like human rights aren't being there and people are being slaughtered for no reason.
Corporate sovereignty over eclipsing the state.
Yeah,
that sort of thing. Becoming far more cyberpunk than actual science fiction.
Like one of the closest things that we started writing a story where like all healthcare becomes privatized, where you would call 911 and 5 ambulances would come up, like a Walmart ambulance and a CVS ambulance.
A Rite Aid.
You had to choose which one you were to go to. So, and that's like the scariest thing for us to think about in the future is it's scary. That's it. It's no longer like fun and cool and technical. It's just kind of terrifying. So it's been kind of weird, like making up stories about the lineage of our current
It's
time.
strange to see an entire genre shift from pure fiction to almost required commentary.
Yeah.
Right, and that's what I meant about the comedians. It becomes required commentary.
Yeah, like we
Really
write
good point.
fictional shows, and it just seems almost pointless because we're not really saying anything real anymore. Because you need to be saying something because the times are so crazy. So now it just seems kind of weird making a normal joke, you know, when so many people are being hurt constantly. So it has been weird, like trying to write
Well, you
fiction.
know the old Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times.
Yeah.
And get
These are definitely some interesting times for sure. There's no doubt. Now I wonder because there was all those great science fiction books that I remember reading, and I'm sure Jim remembers reading them as well. And they sound so close to the reality that we're in now.
Yeah.
It's not funny. 1984, the year might have been wrong, but it still was very relevant. Brave New Worlds. There's a
I feel
bunch
like
of other
Brave
ones
New
that I
World
can
is
name.
probably more prophetic of these times. Left-Handed Darkness probably a little bit. Stranger in a Strange Land is starting to come true. Moon is a Harsh Mistress has some really interesting commentary you could take on these times. It's fantastic. It's about a revolution. It's about an anarchist revolution on a moon base.
Okay.
It's great. It's great. But that's got some really interesting commentary to make about, you know, Earth in 2090 something is when the book's set.
Well, 1984, which I don't recommend to kids at home because we are professionals. But 1984 had this idea of doublespeak, and aren't we doing this with alternate facts?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you have a president that throws ideas out into the world where he doesn't he doesn't get behind them, but he tells other people they should get behind them because he says it, and then he backs off from it. So he leaves everyone confused and everyone feeling kind of stupid because he doesn't take a stance, but tells people to take stances. I mean, you look at like he refused to wear a mask for so long. And now, this pandemic has killed more people since World War II. I think is the last time this many people have died in one thing. So it's a bad place.
Yep, it definitely is. But even some of the nonfiction books are so close to now because I'm a fan and I had shown it one time before, but I don't remember where I put it, so I'm not gonna grab it. But Third Wave and those whole series, a lot of that stuff is being talked about now, and that book was written several decades ago as well. So so it's definitely scary seeing that. But and I'm trying to figure out what the new reality is gonna be. Jim, you talking about the anarchists and those that are doing stuff like that. I can tell you, as one that has some friends that fall in that category, most of us know who they are. So like I said, if I go to a protest, most of the folks that are involved in activism and stuff, they know who those folks are. So if they're smart, they keep their eyes on them, and if they see them grab a trash can, they kind of tap them on the shoulder and say, "Don't do it," because I'm sure it's the same in Colorado that your friends that are involved in the activism community probably know who the players are and know who the Antifa folks are.
Yeah, Dylan and I, we're pretty active in protests. There's been
we've gone to a few.
A couple of very bad things that happened in Aurora, Colorado with the Aurora Police Department. So we've been protesting for Elijah McClain. And, you know, when the birth of, you know, those moments are rising, you can feel like the energy and you can feel how things are going. Yeah. But you can also tell when there's some people there that aren't for the right reasons and for ulterior motives. And then you got to be smart because you're no longer, your time isn't as valuable as your life. So you got to make sure you're doing the right thing and then get out when you got to get out because things get pretty scary, especially when the cops can do what they want to do, really, and it's legal. Right. So, but yeah, I mean, you definitely got to keep your eyes open. There's some.
It's not even the cops now. That's my issue with this. Is the police is one thing. You know, I think you can handle the police in terms of as a society, but when they're unidentified armed individuals, what's that about? I don't know how, as a society, we can deal with that if we're at their mercy. Well, they can throw us in an unmarked van and take us away who knows where.
Well, that is scary, but then you think like, okay, but that's somebody you don't know taking you somewhere that you don't know. I think what's scarier is the police that wear uniforms that are your protectors that can kill people and kind of get away with it. or shuffle it down the right way. So to me, that's a little bit more of a scary thought than unarmed, masked people that take. I mean, that is terrifying. But for me to know that the police that are there, I pay them to.
I know,
people,
but now thank goodness for these things because we can videotape them now, and I think there will be a reckoning for that kind of thing. That's why I think we will rein in the police at some point, and I'm not as worried about that. I think society can deal with this because they can't tell us they were resisting arrest when we can see them with their knee on someone's neck.
There's
those are videos of the past, and those people are usually passed away once those videos are shown. So yes and no. We just got to keep our eyes out for everybody, really.
Yeah. Prefer proactive action than having to react to it.
Is a wonderful thing, but remember there was a lot of images, and there might have been the bigger video cameras, but there were a whole lot of images of the beatings in Selma and the other things that were going on in the 60s and the 70s.
Yes.
Yeah.
I want to point something out because we're talking about this, and particularly
There's some very graphic pictures that were going on
of some of this, and the most recent, most devastating incident that should have never happened. Unfortunately for me, I decided to sit there and watch it a few times because something didn't make sense to me, especially in some of the videos. And then as a media person, I started noticing some of the videos were being sliced, cut, and altered. So that was bothering to me. And this can be noticed when you've done videos. But also it was just the story theme where something left off to where it picked up. And I'm like, wait a minute. The camera should have still been going. Why all of a sudden are we from here to here? Yeah. So then I started to pay close attention to the conversation going on between the police officer and the person on the ground. And the police officer, of course, had his knee on the person, but not all the way. This was disturbing to me to begin with. One, because I think if I'd been in that crowd, I probably would have been shot because I am the kind of person who's going to go up and tell a police officer to get off somebody when they're hurting them, because there's a difference between excessive force and force when you're not in danger.
You can restrain him. He was
right. In the conversation, I decided to listen really hard because all anyone posts up is where he's choking his hand. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Nobody ever posts the conversation that was actually going on between the officer and the person on the ground. And I would name his name, but I don't want to flare up things, and I want to be very, very careful here. But do yourself a favor if you can find that video, because I've stored it away before somebody could alter it. I actually made copies of it. But in there, the officer and him are having a conversation. It had nothing to do with black and white. It had nothing to do, it was a personal situation. You can tell. Yeah. You can tell when somebody's playing uncle with someone.
They knew each other.
They knew each other. Mm-hmm. They actually, we have evidence they actually worked together. Of course, they're saying, well, no way they knew each other because of Big Barb. Let me tell you something about security. Yeah. If you work in security, you know everybody. If you don't know everybody, you didn't do your job. So somebody's lying, okay? So who's lying and why? And why are we stirring up crap that doesn't need to be stirred up? So here's the problem. This man died. Okay, he didn't die because he was black. He died because there was an issue between him and that officer. He probably died because he knew something that the officer didn't want repeated when he went into custody. All right. Nobody's looking at that. And that's not fair to the man who died.
And why did that guy have a badge in the first place?
What?
Look at his record. Why did that cop have a badge in the first place?
That's another problem that needs to be addressed, but that's too big for this. Okay. That's a problem that should be addressed on a different scale. And Nick has presented this evidence numerous times that there was a case even out there where they intentionally hire people into officer positions that don't have the capacity beyond a certain level. That's not fair to our community. It's actually not fair to the officers. But when I listen to that conversation, okay, these protests are not fair to that man who died. What we need to find out is for him, if it were me and I was black, I would want justice for that man's death, not for my gain, but for him. And that's
there are some people that are looking into that, even out of the Black Lives Matter movement. And
everyone should care about that, not their own skin. Not their own skin. Granted, I understand that you go out every day feared and your kids go out every day feared, But honestly, if we focus on the truth of the situation and punish it properly, the right things will happen. But instead, we're dealing with uproars that should not exist. I believe in the protest, but we're dealing with things that are coming up that shouldn't come up. But listen to what he said, and you fight for that man's death and justice. Okay, that's what needs to happen. That's what angers me more than anything, because all of these people, they don't give a damn about why he died. Right? That hurts me. That hurts me. When I see a man take a knee to the throat, has anyone ever been beaten up like that before? Anyone? Okay. All right. Then you know that hurt.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm just saying that's the first, foremost thing that everyone should be in that courtroom making happen. The whole world should stand in there. Okay. And this is why High Court, North Carolina, dissolved the problem of domestic violence completely. A problem that grows every day. And this is how they did it. They faced the truth of the matter. What is the real crime we're facing with? Who's the real offender? And they throw them up against the freaking wall. And if it's one of their own officers, I guarantee you, they will throw them up against the wall. Yeah. Okay? They make the offender, but when you start making people accountable for their actions, then the problems start going away. So I didn't mean to come in on my soapbox. I believe in everything that's going on out there because I believe injustice has been done for many, many years, but I believe that we're fighting the battle wrong. And all you're ever going to do is keep winning a battle. You're never going to win the war. And until you've learned, and you know, trust me, look at women. I was just reading articles. My God, we didn't even have a right to vote for many, many years. Okay. So I'm there with you. I might have a different color skin, but I have had the same prejudice against me as any Black person has against them. And I feel the pain, but we need to face the truth. And
the Irish are the Blacks of Europe.
I'm sorry. Did they have to leave or did I chase them off?
No, they had another meeting. They had
another meeting.
But here's the thing, people. We need to face the truths of these problems and we address them. And I want the right things to happen, but they do when we do things for the right reason. And all too often, here's my anger. We're talking about other protests over the years. All we've done is other protests. Since Martin Luther King, I keep asking myself, how many other things have happened? Okay? So we have these protests and then people fade away and that's it. They forget about it.
Well, Kimberly, I was moved to tears listening to an older Black woman who was part of the civil rights movement talking about she had thought that it was all for nothing, but that these protests now made her think that it was worthwhile.
Yes,
that
I've heard that
she
as well.
finally saw the change taking place in the United States that she had hoped for and thought was never going to happen. And maybe our eyes are starting to open, and maybe her dreams when she was young are coming true because of these people taking to the streets and saying, no more. You will not kill us anymore.
It happens a lot too with domestic violent crimes, and there will be a heinous murder. Everybody comes up in uproar. I've walked in marches, and then you march for a year talking, and then it just fades. It starts to fade away, and then the voice is gone. Okay, and nothing happened. Not even justice against the freaking offender. Okay, so my thing is the biggest story here is when you see, I'm not going to use the word hanging, but when you see those three men being punished the way they punished and treated other people, that is when your voice has been heard. Okay. And that's where the protest needs to be. That protest needs to be marched into that courtroom, outside of that courthouse, and it needs to reverberate around that city to say no more. No more will we be treated this way. But first, we're going to punish the sinner.
You know, I remember because of my political awakening.
But every police officer is not bad.
No, there's some good police officers. My cousin is a GBI officer, and he's a very good police officer. But like I said, there's some good police officers. There's some bad police officers, but there does need to be some cleaning up in the police force because there are some bad apples that need to be gotten rid of around the area. There are some leadership around the country that is definitely looking at some of these issues and looking at it more from the African American perspective. Actually, we're seeing more of the young white students and some of the young, even like the moms there in Portland, are the ones that are taking the leadership of the street level protests. But there are some folks that are doing some actual game planning and things of that nature. Reverend Barber is one. There's some others that are doing some serious game planning that will see some hopeful changes that will be created. So there are some things happening in that regard. So definitely we are seeing some changes, and even some changes in the direction of the protests. So I have seen some changes in the direction of the protests, but I agree with you that, I mean, sometimes often too often the folks get caught up in the messaging and things of that nature, and they don't necessarily come up with a plan. You're a businesswoman, and you know that you have to have a plan as well. So a lot of times there is not a plan of action for what's going to happen, and then you do get caught up in the emotions of the moment and things of that nature. I understand what you're saying about George Floyd, but he's one of several. So there have been those.
Well, I know that. I know that.
So like I said, so I can't, even if it's true that George and him had some history and he doesn't need to be among that list of victims in that sense, there are a number of others that do because of the ways that the police handle them and things of that nature.
I'm not going to argue that, but let this man get the justice he deserves. But I think the justice will be harder and swifter if you listen. Just listen. I mean, it just amazes me that we totally overlooked. Nobody even pays attention to that little conversation. And it just blows my mind, because that little conversation might open up the door that these men are a lot more horrific and guilty of other crimes that he was probably going to tell on. You know, and I think that's why he was being killed. He was being hushed. He wasn't, and it's not a conspiracy theory. I just listened to the whole thing. Okay. And this is, I felt, it made me sick. Okay. Because I'm like, wait a minute, I heard something. So then I decided I had to listen to the whole thing. And I'm like, why hasn't one media person mentioned that conversation?
Yeah, but a lot of times the media won't mention conversations. I remember there's a gentleman right now that is out on bond. We share the same last name, even though he's out of prison. He served his prison term, but he killed a older woman. Is involved in the killing of an older woman in North Carolina, and then they all went to prison for some time. But he's out now. But what a lot of people don't talk about was that lady's family was connected, and a lot of folks in society knew that she was connected. So like I said, he may be out now, but what is his safety? Who knows? Because like I said, she's long gone, but I think the family is still connected. So, and that was never reported.
Here's what's interesting about that story. Anytime I see a Lum Indian person killed, like the young girl that was killed not too long ago, Lum Indian girl, brutally beaten. You know, this is why I tell people he's going to be safer in jail unless there's Lums in there, because the minute he's out, he'll come up missing. There's justice in the Native American Indians that is far more connected than any organized crime. So we can all say that. And I think what happened to George was probably the most horrific example of, you know, bad police officers. But they don't represent every police officer. We saw how Giuliani cleaned up New York. New York used to be extremely corrupt. Yeah, we were told we had to be in before dark whenever I had to go work in New York. I was an adult and told I had to be in before dark as a company because New York was so dangerous. So there are things I think that, but I think, you know, good that the protests are doing what they are. I hope, here's the thing, I hope that they consist and continue to go change laws, not to just sit there and be a voice. I also think that they need to unite together to help fight the rioters, because those rioters are doing nothing but causing a lot of conflict. And still, I see people, even on my own post, which really irritate me, they don't know the difference between a protester and a rioter. And it gets very aggravating. So we need to separate the two. And this is one of the things I liked working with Zach when he would go out and filmed the peaceful protesters. I'm like, look at this. This is the protesters.
Yeah, most of the protesters are.
The media show this is the protesters. What they were doing was going, there's a protest today. Here's the rioters.
Right.
What did that do for you? Nothing. It caused bigger contention and a bigger void against the ignorant people, unfortunately, that live everywhere else, that pay a lot of bills and influence a lot of laws. So you've got this ignorance going on in all of this mix. But my voice to you people that want justice, I want justice too for George. I have sent in my input, whether they listen to me or not, but is to listen to the whole conversation.
Oh yeah, like I said, I've heard that.
Let these men be punished for the real crime, not a black and white crime, but for the real crime that happened, because that's more important to me for that man and his family than all of it, anything else. Because that man deserves to rest in peace for what happened. Actually, he didn't deserve to rest in peace, to be honest.
Well, like I said, I can definitely relate to what you're saying because, like I said, I have a family member whose case is still not solved to this day. She's not directly related to me, but a lot of people remember the case of Faith Hedgepeth. That was the woman that was at UNC. Well, that's my uncle's niece on the other side of the family. So I remember Faith coming to like family events and things of that nature. She's the one that was the,
It's the Lum Indian girl, right?
Yes, the Indian girl that was.
I'm just talking about her. Yeah,
Yes.
the Lum girl. So there you go. I have a feeling that the Lum family will take care of that situation. I suspected her roommate's boyfriend because he was a domestic violent offender. He had been served a peace warrant to stay away, and they I don't know that they ever checked his cell phone to the towers. I kept asking, somebody check the cell phones to the towers, and they didn't. But I believe that he was the culprit, but that doesn't mean he was.
Yeah.
They didn't really suspect him enough, if you ask me. I thought that was pretty weird. But I'm sorry to hear that. She was, from what I read, a lovely, lovely girl.
She was a very lovely lady. Like I said, she came to a couple of family events at Mom's house in Rocky Mount, and she was, like I said, she was definitely a very warm personality and a very friendly person and a very lovely lady. So she was definitely missed by many folks. My cousin Verna, who is hopefully will be on our show sometime soon, who's a powwow dancer, is definitely her cousin and everything. So like I said, it's on the other side of the family.
Is he a Lum powwow dancer?
Yes, they are involved. It's a she. She is involved in the powwow dance movement. So looking to have them.
A friend of mine is a chief of the Lums, or was. I don't know if she still is, but she. So yeah. This is
so we're hoping to have Verna on in the upcoming show and everything. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, Kim, and things of that nature. But definitely, I do think that we need to walk and find ways to have true solutions and not just partial solutions, and a way to get those bad cops out of the system. And I know that even cops are not fans of the bad cops. My cousin oftentimes tells me that he does not like the bad ones, and if he can find a way to get them out of the system, but sometimes they are ingrained in the system because sometimes they are also in leadership positions. So we have to find like some serious cleaning that goes on in certain places and things of that nature. But we'll get off that topic.
I've heard some stories on a very corrupt cop systems, and the cops themselves, they have to be very careful because they'll get into, with what you call friendly fire. Remember Eve Carson's story? That's another one that is just very, very devastating for a student. Her assailant. But what was problem with that was her assailant should have never been on the streets, right? He had been pulled over that day for speeding or something like that, and there was a warrant for his arrest, and they didn't know it, so they let him go. So then he went and killed Eve Carson. He kidnapped her and basically tortured and killed her. So there are all kinds of things like that. I don't think that there's enough justice in this world for what happened to her, or to what happened to Faith, and I think that there will one day be, but and I think it's going to be interesting when they will finally. And we have a death in the family too that will never, it's a cold case, and and it will always probably be a cold case because it was a woman in our family, and women, they have a tendency after a while of just shoving it under the carpet. I hate saying it, but that's what happens. But the thing is that to make these protests have a real voice, right, and don't let them die. I mean, I see that happen, and I get a little aggravated because there's just so many things that we lose traction of because we don't maintain the truth of it. And Martin Luther King, he accomplished a lot. Unfortunately, he got killed. But there were other people who were gaining a lot for him. Things will be changing. We're too vibrant of a new generation to allow these things to continue.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
We're too, like you said, that there's the young children. There are children of what I call the mixed colors, right? We're all one color. This is what I tell people. People don't know this, but I've got several of me, right? You don't see it just because my skin's one color. But, it just we're all one in one round sort of way. But the thing is that we've got too many children who have grown up in a mixed culture, mixed races, that they see beyond the color of the skin, and that's a good thing. And
I agree. That's a great thing. We're seeing beyond the colors. A lot of people are seeing, but a lot of the religions. I mean, yes, they have respect for the other religions, but they don't necessarily have that my way or the highway attitude that used to be very popular and things of that nature. So I'm thinking people that are being very respectful of, they may have a faith of their own, whether it's Christian, Muslim, or whatever, but they also have respect for the Hindu, the Yoruba, and the various other religions that are out there. So definitely, I think that there's folks that are having a greater understanding of things along those lines. And I think that even in the movement work and stuff, folks do know who some of those, and that's what me and Dylan and Zach were talking about earlier on the show. They do know a lot of the players that are the looters and things of that nature. So those that are involved in leadership try to find ways to keep an eye on them, and if they can, get them out of those situations. Because I mean, I even know one of the guys. I'm hoping that I can talk him into coming on our show, because I'm not even sure why he is an anarchist in the first place, but he's actually a professor at Duke and is involved in the Antifa involvements and that whole kind of community. So I'm hoping to have Rand on, because he has some interesting background in terms of his foreign background, because he has some foreign background. So I'm hoping to have him on, and we'll see what he's talking about. But it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out and things of that nature. Hey, yeah, it looks like Alexander Starr also. We've got Mr.
Oh, and he's in the room with my favorite painting, and he knows how much I love that painting. So, and I know it's dear to his heart. So,
thank you.
How are you doing? Are you having your cup of tea today?
No, I have coffee. I had a very, very busy day because I had delivery of a new mattress, and I had to get all my cash to relocate from the old mattress to the new mattress. So I was very, very busy. I needed extra help, actually.
Oh, that's
I made it.
So you didn't take the mattress to the vault. See, I can see Sasha carried a mattress to the vault.
I'll tell you a story what happened in India. I mean, someone wants to buy a new house because the old house got flooded, and then suddenly the house collapsed, basically because it was 100 years old. So the guy said, "I don't have money right now, but I have some shares. Would you like to exchange with the share?" And then the other guy said, "What is share? I don't know about it." Then he explained everything, and then that conversation took for like 10 days or so. And then finally he agreed that, okay, give me the share and then I'll give you my house. And now that share is worth like 100 times more than what the house value was, basically.
Great.
See,
Great. Very good.
What a trade-off. What a trade-off. You know, it's kind of like the paper
So,
story.
Ankit, I think we've got Alexander, and he's got his came behind him. Be glad to know Jatovi's about to join us. So I just got on chatting with him. So he's about to pop in and talk some games with us. So he's on his way.
Oh, who is this?
So basically, we have to start a gamer show, but I think the problem is that the time what we wanted to start, it's not suiting to all the gamers right now, because I got 2 confirmations that they won't be able to join today as well. So I think we need to reschedule the time. We will be doing a gamer show on Thursdays, but I think we just have to reshuffle the time basically. But let's wait for.
What's more convenient for a gamer?
So I need to, because I'm talking to a lot of gamers, so everyone is a different time zone. So just wanted to understand what is common, and then we can start it. Everyone is eager to be a part of the show, but it's just a matter of time basically. And they're very busy because there are no sports going on, so they're very busy with esports and a lot of e-leagues going around. So that's what the time they're spending on right now. But what I can do, I have a video of a gaming film ready with me. I will just quickly play a video.
So we also need to talk about Sasha's show and everything as well.
Well, interestingly enough, I'm so much involved in this project, and yet I'm all the time I'm rethinking about the nature of the invention what I got. And apparently, the easiest thing to describe it, and I talked actually a couple of nights in a row, 2.5 hours each, with Professor Kenneth Regan, who is going to be our guest on Saturday. And I've described to him everything. What's happened is, you came to the conclusion that essentially what I'm trying to do is pokerization of chess. So it is still based on the chess. Without understanding the chess game, you can't really do the contest, nothing at all. However, you see, in chess, the result of the game is known probably close to 95, if not 98%. Sorry, I'm distracting anybody from video. Okay, let's watch video then.
Yeah, he keeps showing us some really cool technology and things of that nature. So,
I'm sorry.
Those look like some really cool games, but I'm wondering how expensive they are.
In
afford anything like that. So,
pedals, or you can feel like a pilot. In this mode, a virtual plane is driven by a side stick controller. Amazingly, thanks to the hydraulic seat, a person can even feel the roughness on the road and drifts during turns and much more. A complete immersion is facilitated by VR glasses as well. So the only thing that you don't feel in the racing cube is the smells. Beacon. At some point, most gamers face the problem of lack of hands. There are only 10 fingers on the hands, and you need to press a huge number of buttons incredibly quickly and at the right time. The device called Beacon is designed to solve this problem and to facilitate the game's controls. The device is a beacon that's attached to the shoes, and thanks to it, a part of the game commands can be performed not on the keyboard, but with the simplest movement of the foot. The manufacturer claims that Beacon is suitable for all kinds of games. With the help of your foot, you can control the movements of your character, learn skills, reload or change weapons, dodge, jump. The number of commands is unlimited. It's noteworthy that you can play in any position, and it's not necessary that your feet are on the floor. The device provides unlimited possibilities and costs from $150. It's suitable for people of any age and body type, and the strap is adjusted to the size of the foot. Gamo. These are the first headphones that make the game experience.
Hi, have you always wanted to learn to code but don't know where to start? Would you like to make amazing websites and apps and bring your idea?
Experience amazing and unforgettable by using a three-dimensional sound. Of course, other headphones can also play surround sound, but Gamo have a unique design since they're made specifically for gamers. Traditional headphones just separate the sound into 3 waves, but Gamo is able to distinguish 3 types of sounds: steps, explosions, and shots, and other ambient sounds. This allows you to achieve incredibly detailed 3D sound. So with the help of these headphones, you can easily hear where the enemies are in the game, how far they are away, and in which direction they're moving. You'll even have the opportunity to hear how the distance between you is changing. Of course, the developers didn't forget about the microphone. It's highly sensitive and records the voice in high quality, so that you don't need to shout anymore, and your game partners hear only pure sound. You can buy these headphones for $79. They're suitable for smartphones, tablets, game consoles, Nintendo Switch, computers, and even VR. Cyberith Virtualizer. Playing shooters is quite interesting, but don't forget that these kind of games need you to sit almost motionlessly staring at the screen for a long time. That is not that interesting. The developers of the device that you see on the screen have set themselves the task of bringing virtual reality to a fundamentally new level. The Cyberith Virtualizer is the first device for gamers, which involves the whole human body in the gaming process. It allows you to fully immerse yourself in the game, as you have to walk, run, crouch, dodge, and even keep a weapon simulator in your hand. Conventional VR glasses provide an opportunity to move around in virtual reality, but you have to imitate walking. With the Cyberith Virtualizer, you can really walk without fear of bumping into a wall or furniture. The device combines the revolutionary principle of low friction and high precision sensors with a specialized mechanical design. Due to this, the effect of walking, running, or any other movement is achieved, although the person doesn't change his or her position in space. The dimensions of the virtualizer are adjusted to suit people of any age, and its price is $750. The middle finger gaming gloves. Playing on the console is an activity meant to bring joy to people's lives, but almost always it comes with problems with hands.
Have you ever noticed how some people just light up a room from the moment that they walk in? Now, if
Each compulsive gamer knows the unpleasant feeling of sweating hands, numb fingers, and also pain in the joints. The middle finger gaming gloves are designed to help players forget the pain and discomfort. For several years, the developers have been working on creating these gloves, taking into account everything, even the slightest possible problems. The middle finger gaming gloves are made of a special material that improves blood microcirculation in the fingers. They also solve the problems of sweating hands, improving the grip and supporting the hands. It's noteworthy that the fabric covers only the middle finger. The rest was decided to remain open, so that the players are more comfortable and more familiar with pushing the buttons. Thus, these unique gloves allow you to combine a high level of control and game comfort. Their cost starts at $25. Lexip. While some developers come up with various innovative devices that enhance the quality and comfort of the game, others are engaged in improving old familiar devices. So, the Lexip is a computer mouse with a fundamentally new design. It's designed specifically for professional gamers, although anyone can play with it, of course. You can buy the Lexit for $150, after which it will give new opportunities for the game. The mouse has two unique features. The first is a joystick on the side to switch between game modes, tools, and other actions that are usually performed by the other hand using the keyboard. It can be adjusted in any convenient way, for example, to use for zoom and more accurate aiming, or to move around the map. The second feature is the response to the movement of the palm. The mouse can tilt in different directions. In addition, Lexit responds even to the slightest movement of the hand, slides well on the mat, providing high speed and accuracy of any game actions. SensorX. And here's another device designed in such a way that the player could interact with the virtual reality in a new way. In addition to the usual VR glasses, it includes unique gloves with built-in motion sensors. Surprisingly, SensorX is wireless and doesn't include additional controllers that occupy your hands. This greatly expands the possibilities for using virtual reality. Using SensorX, you can, for example, box or play shooters. And since the gloves track not only the movements of the palms, but also the fingers separately, you can play musical instruments in virtual reality. It also comes with foot sensors for an even deeper dive. Developers of SensorX worked hard for a long time to make the interface intuitive for everyone. Thus, before using the device, you don't need to read the instructions or practice. And of course, the device can be used not only for games, but also for design and other works. Its cost is $400.
All right, that was fascinating. So, how many of those games do you have, Ankit? Hey, there's Jacoby.
I think that question goes to Jacoby. How many gadgets do you have for gaming?
Absolutely none of those.
None of those at all, huh?
I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, the treadmill, because that's been out for a while, and a few other movie studios have used that for different movies and stuff. So that's been out a while. But a lot of that gaming stuff, a lot of people will not buy. Like the turning your mouse into a controller, nobody's going to buy that. Either you're going to have like a gaming mouse, and gaming mice have buttons on there, and you set up macros for the different buttons. Adding the analog device to the side of it, nobody's really going to go for that. I mean, it's a gimmick, and no pro gamer is really going to buy that.
What about the shoes for your hands? Will they buy that? Because I saw that there was some device.
No, the you mean the middle finger thing? Yeah. Nobody's buying that, because what people want are ways to improve their gaming. The Power Glove, which came out for Nintendo years ago, nobody really got into it because yes, it was heavy on the hand, and they're talking about not having your hand sweat. Well, my hand's gonna sweat if I put something on there. So yeah, I mean, no gamer's really gonna buy that. What they'll end up buying for a controller, because that's what they were using it for. They're gonna get what's called a SCUF device. That SCUF device attaches to the back end or to the front end of it, and it allows for extra triggers. So now you can actually tie in extra buttons and create different macros and other things to help you become better at a video game, playing the video game. The sweating of the hands, nobody's focused on that at all. So, I mean, the shoe device that had the controller in the shoe, that's Tamagotchi. They did that with the Tamagotchi devices. And the other, it just, there is a device for the PlayStation 4, because the walking thing is an issue. You will walk with virtual reality, but what people do is what they've created is, have you seen, I always forget the name of that toy, but it's a ball and it looks like Saturn because it has a disc coming around the ball, so it's a big disc. What they've created for the PlayStation 4 to get your character to walk forward and to have you interact, making that character walk forward without having to move physically or to actually push a button to move physically or to get your character to move. They've created basically, it's a little platform device that it's a little circle and it sits on a ball, and you tilt it with your feet. You tilt it forward, your character will walk forward. Tilt it back, your character walks back, and it's the same thing. You spin it, or you turn your feet left or right, and your character will turn that way. So they've come up with some things that gamers will actually use, but a lot of stuff in the neat things to create solutions are things that we as your casual individual would use because it's cool.
Yeah.
But as a diehard gamer, and if you're really getting serious about it, you're not going to use because it inhibits your gameplay more so than helps your gameplay. So yeah, I mean, it's cool stuff to do. I mean, cool stuff to have. Like the treadmill would be phenomenal. But your diehard gamer who plays VR stuff is going to mainly focus on something a little less restrictive than that.
And
And
maybe
maybe
you
they
think
provide,
the simulation games are? I'm sorry, because I'm thinking I know that you got family members that are golfers and things of that nature, but with those simulation games, do they actually help your game if you get into those simulation games? Because I saw one that was in that ad and everything, but I was just wondering.
So, for example, there's a game on the PlayStation VR called Wii Golf. And not Wii Golf. Let's Play Golf. I'm sorry. Let's Play. And I've even got the game. It's great. It's a fun game. It is a simulation game. It is golf, cartoon characters, however, but it's so cool. You got the headset, you got the headphones, you're looking around, you're on the golf course. You've got the annoying caddy telling you what to do, even if you shank the hit. Oh, don't worry, it's okay. But I mean, you hold, for example, this is what you hold for the PlayStation VR.
Yeah.
Looks nothing like a golf club.
Right.
Even the end here, if you even take off that front, this piece here is shaped nothing like any golf club that you'd find. So right off the bat, it's not helping your golf game. However, if you go to, one of those indoor virtual reality golf simulations, those can, because of the technology that they have. And it's your commercial side of things and not your in-home side of things, because there's nothing really in-home that's going to make you a better professional baseball player, make you a better golfer, a tennis player playing those games, just because they don't have the technology or technological power to do so. It can make you a professional race car driver, again, because of the technology.
Yeah.
A driving game simulation and a flight simulator, completely different build than a sports simulator doing tennis, baseball. It's just the reaction times and that tie into it. So, because there was actually a kid who was a dominant, if I can remember his name, he was a dominant GTA or Gran Turismo or GT Gran Turismo player, and he actually drove. He picked up some sponsorships and everything. No, he was F1 player. I'm sorry, but he picked up some sponsorships and he actually got to drive one of the F1 racers, and he was a decent driver. But that was based off of the driving simulation, because it's a completely different engine that you can focus on. So you can't really, hey, I'm going to Major League Baseball because I played Wii Baseball. No, it's not happening.
So basically, it's more about selling those gaming ecosystems and creating the ecosystems and creating the hype. with people who are not in the gaming industry, who don't play games, and it's just about engagement and things like that. But I wanted to also know that for gamers, what kind of upgrades you do on your system or console every now and then. You focus on RAM, you focus on big screens, or you focus on something else which will help you to to improve your gaming skills.
I mean, there are 4 things that you always want to focus on. That's, of course, your RAM, your video card, your hard drive, and the monitor, your motherboard, and your chipset. So, for example, if you have an i5, a newer i5, you can actually improve and boost everything around that i5 before actually even replacing the core i5 there. Same thing with a motherboard. As long as you can put in, 16 to 32 gigs of RAM, you're going to be able to run pretty much most games. Same thing with video cards. In all honesty, the competitive side of esports, when you begin to get into the full-blown competition side of things, you're not getting into, oh, this looks great. As a casual person, I will play Fortnite at the highest level graphics wise. I will play Call of Duty to make it look super pretty. There's a game called Cyber Hunter that I downloaded the other day. It's a free game and it looks phenomenal. It's cool and everything. But if I'm playing competitively, I'm taking the graphics all the way down because it takes less stress on the computer. Plus, then I've got to have a better monitor because the latency level. If your latency is high, then I'm missing frames. I've got to have a low latency so I can count the frames and see, okay, I saw that head pop out in that one frame. I know somebody's there, so I can go get them. Same thing with your hard drive. People forget that your hard drive, if you've got a quick load time, so those old SATA drives that are 7200 spin. I mean, those you're running behind times. You need one of the nice new basically USB hard drives for the
faster.
Yeah. So you need just basically the faster speed on everything. And the last thing always that you'll upgrade again is always going to be your chip and the motherboard. Motherboard completely last, but the chip and the motherboard are always last. But everything first, do your RAM, do your video card, do your monitor, then do your hard drive, then you can go chip, then you can go motherboard. Because then, it's all about speed.
Yeah.
If somebody was just starting out in gaming, Jatopia, and they just want to get into it, what is the first thing that you would recommend that they do in terms of like maybe the first game that they would get or the first piece of equipment that they should get if they're trying to get into this as a regular hobby? Like I said, you've been doing it for a while, but if somebody was going to do it and just starting, what would you recommend they get?
A PC. I would recommend a PC because it opens so many avenues. However, a lot of people can't afford a PC or afford, to drop, $700 on a PC and a monitor and just have fun with it. But if you can do that, then that's going to last you longer and it opens up so many more avenues. You can get a PS4, you can get a Switch, you can get the Xbox, you can even get an Android or an Apple device. There's so many ways to get into gaming. But as a casual gamer is where you're going to start out with. I have found it easier for the PC just because there's so many games that you can play. You can jump on to, for example, the Epic Store, the Epic Gaming Store. They give away, at least one game every Thursday, a free game every Thursday. Sometimes like today, they're giving away 3 games. Steam has a plethora. Last I saw, I think it was like 2,800 free or free-to-play games. Same thing on the mobile devices, especially the Android devices, but you can find some free-to-play games. You never have to purchase anything in there. You can. A lot of them, the free-to-plays are about pay to win. They have that whole pay to win system. or pay to get better. Games like Fortnite, for example, isn't a pay to win system, because you can play all day and never change your skin, because that's all you're really paying for is just different character looks. Same thing with Apex Legends. You're just paying for different character looks. You're never buying an actual improvement to your character. Some games, and Electronic Arts was one that for consoles and the PC that really got into hot water over it. And Electronic Arts, they started doing these loot chests and everything else, and it was a pay to win system, and a lot of people really got upset at Electronic Arts for doing that. That's why Star Wars Battlefront really never took off. Some of their other games that they put out there really never took off because they started installing this whole pay to win system, and it upset the gamers. But again, getting back to the point, yeah, I would recommend a PC, and especially for kids, because then you're talking about, okay, that kid can now get into coding, can get into artwork, can get into video editing, music, so on and so forth. With a console, you can't really do that. The only game that you can do that in on a console is Dreams on the PlayStation 4. That's it, because that is the only one that has that's a actual a game engine that you're trying, or a game development platform that you're trying to create off of. And that's pretty cool. I mean, it's actually a really cool thing to see. But outside of that, yeah, PC, hands down.
And Jetovi, I mean, when I used to play games when I was young, I'm still young, but I'm talking about my school days. So basically, at that time, we have a lot of game levels. So level 1, level 2, level 3, level 15. And once we finish level 15, then we move to a different game. But now what happens is that the same game you can play with multiple characters and multiple frames and with multiple stories. So, I mean, how that changed basically? How that completely changed when people used to play games earlier and now? Just wanted to understand. I mean, what's that change, and is it a deliberate change, or I mean, they want people to engage in a common game?
It's an evolution. I mean, it's an evolution of gaming. I mean, it's gaming is still a still very young industry in comparison to movies, in comparison to music. I mean, if you think about it, movies started off, they were pretty short. They were never 2.5 hours long. They were never, multiple CGI and all this other stuff. So it's just an evolution, just as every other industry does. So what they've been doing with gaming, for example, there's a game, Legend of Zelda, Ultima Online, all those took, hours to finish on the Nintendo. But then Legend of Zelda, Ultima Online wasn't there, but Ultima on the PC, which was a word-based RPG, that one, yeah, I mean, it took a little while to finish, but it was never playing Grand Theft Auto, which has one of the best storylines in a video game you could ever watch. I mean, it is very movie-like, but there's no end to the game. You can beat the main quest, but due to side quests, I mean, you could play it there. That game, there's Grand Theft Auto 5, which came out roughly 10 some odd years ago. And was it 10 years? Yeah, I think it was 10 years now. But it came out a long time ago. People are still playing that game in the millions, and there are quests that they're releasing for it, and people still haven't beaten every single quest in the game because it keeps going. So what the developers have decided to do, same thing with Fortnite. Fortnite, it's just a battle royale game. You're playing against other people. They originally in Fortnite, it was called a Save the World, where there were these alien zombies and you got to go into this town and build these forts and protect people. The game sucked. It was horrible. But once they added the battle royale portion and allowing other people to just go back and forth, it was a new competition, and it was an evolution of the time to where people like, hey, this is kind of cool. it's not as realistic as Player Unknown Battlegrounds. That one actually was there first doing the Battle Royale and had that scene. But then Epic, because of, and I hate to use a relation to Disney, but Epic took a more family-friendly approach because it was a cartoon game.
Yeah.
That opens the doors to kids. And Player Unknown Battleground, or PUBG, that one was more adult-oriented. And PUBG was dominant, had 2 and 3 million people playing it at a time. But as soon as Fortnite opened up the Battle Royale, because it was accessible to more people, the Disney principle, then now you can see where it is now. I mean, it's so huge, and they keep updating it to bring in casual players and keep people on their toes by offering different seasons, different storylines, and they've gone the kind of the esports route in the way that League of Legends has their stories per character. Overwatch has their stories per character, but it's still the same game.
Yeah.
So yeah, gaming is just evolution of how, I mean, they got to create storylines and stick with those same characters and just go with it.
But see, I'm liking what Anka just said, because he was talking about levels ending and things of that nature. And I've been playing Words with Friends, and I'm up to level 15. But if I'm hearing you correctly, there might be a level 1,000. I'll never get to a level 1,000.
So I mean, there are games that do like level and cap out. But then again, going with, for example, Fortnite has level system, and you can reach that cap. But then next season, they up that cap. Next season, they up that cap. So what does that do? Hey, I'm level 50 now. You know what I'm going to do? I want to get to a level 100 in season 2. Okay, I'm level 100 now. Okay, now we got a whole new system in place. I want to get to this level. Oh, now there's side quests. Now, instead of me winning games, now I have side quests of, okay, how much in Fortnite can I harvest? Now I'm level this in harvesting. So now I'm not focused mainly on, okay, only one path I can go down. There are multiple paths. How many treasure chests can I find? How high can I float after I come out of the whirlpool, shoot me in the air? So they provide so many different things. So like with Words with Friends, I'm sure it keeps going for a while. There's a game, one of my favorite games actually, and it's an RPG. Because anytime you get into levels, that's taking RPG elements.
Mm-hmm.
But one of my favorite games called Disgaea. It is a strategy RPG. It's a turn-based strategy RPG. They put you on a board. You move your characters and attack other characters. The board itself changes. So there's no, you can go into the same place 5 times, but it changes. But you can get to level 99, which games used to cap out at. But now you can go way past level 9,999 and have characters that you have to battle at level 9,999. So game developers have come up with different ways of trying to make their game last with the player longer.
Now, I know you can make money in gaming if you go and play those big contests where there's like those billions and all those numbers that you gave us last time, that you can make lots of money. But what kind of games are out there that you can make just limited money, if there are any? Like, I know I play on occasion FanDuel, which will tie into sports and things of that nature. But what other games are out there that are monetary games?
Gambling. You might as well go to the craps table. No, but I mean, there are tons of games that you can make money off of. There are tournaments for every game because that's how big esports is, and that's how inclusive it is. For example, people didn't think that you could make money off of Hearthstone. Hearthstone is big time. You have big tournaments with Hearthstone. Super Smash Brothers, you can go to big tournaments with that. There's a game called Freestyle Street Basketball 2. Not too many people have heard of it. I think only, a couple of million people, saying not too many and a couple of million. But that's true. In the gaming industry, you have people in the hundreds of millions who have heard particular games. But yeah, you have a couple of million playing that game, but because it's a dedicated following, you can learn that game, be dominant at the game, go to a tournament, win $1,000. But the thing is, it's the tournaments themselves are not where you win the money and make your money. In gaming industry, and this is where trying to knock down those stereotypes of, okay, well, it's just a kid in a basement playing a video game. The gaming industry is so broad. And this is why, I highly recommend PC over console. However, console is a great way to play it, but you just really have a lot more hurdles to overcome. But PC wise, the gaming industry wise, where you make your money is streaming, coding, advertising. Tons of other things. You can make a ton of money just by being a Twitch streamer.
Yeah.
That's it. You could make a ton of money by creating a code that there's a platform called OBS that streamers utilize. You can make a ton of money by creating a code just that is a macro for people. Nobody else knows about this macro. Hey, I created it. I'll give it to you for 99 cents. Millions of people would buy it if it's something that they can use. Oh, I got a visitor coming. Benny.
Hi.
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 How are you?
He said hello.
How?
What's your name?
Okay.
He said Benny.
Benny. I'm from.
How old are you?
He said, I am 7 years old. And a
Hey.
wild child.
And how many video games do you play? How many video games do you play with your dad?
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go get your tablet, you silly child.
Wow. But you're right, because I had a magician on my show yesterday, and the magician was actually saying that that's one of the things he does. And I think you know the magician. It was Sean J. But Sean J was talking about he also does video gaming now as like his video graphics is like one of his side hobbies when he's not doing his magic. So a lot of folks are getting into graphics and other things that come out of the gaming industry.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that people just don't realize that the tournament side is the flashy part. That is just all that is. It's not where you're going to make your money.
Yeah.
Not even close. What you're going to do is you're going to have to learn how to produce and edit videos. For example, if you become if you become larger in Twitch, they'll give you, if people start subscribing to your channel, every subscription is roughly about $5, if I remember. And out of that $5, you get half of that. So if you get, 10,000 subscribers, that's a lot of money. That's what I can't do math really fast, but it sounds like $20,000 right there in your pocket if you get 10,000 subscribers on Twitch. And that's a regular income that comes in on a regular basis, and not, hey, I've got to fly out to Germany to play in this tournament. Now I have to have a contract, because most of these players, what ends up happening is they end up with contracts with different teams. You have to pay on that contract, that prize money that you win, that $3 million that you may win at some tournament. You've got to give up at whatever that contract says to whomever. But that, again, it gets back to, once you go to, your streaming, your YouTube, your Facebook, and all this other stuff, and you become an influencer, you are able to make money. Like I said, that guy that I told you about last week, Dan TDM, Dan DTM, $30 million guy. But all he does, he doesn't go to tournaments and play. He actually makes that on his YouTube channel, his Facebook channel, his the deals that he gets with different sponsors. Because if he has like 1 million followers, okay, any local sponsor is going to want to put their product in front of that local sponsor. So that's where the whole money game is for.
I think because the industry is too big, that's why now we have game coaches also around the world, and they coach a lot of young people and young students and young gamers how they can become professional. Because in gaming industry, suppose I am a gamer, but to be a gamer and to be a pro, it's a journey basically, and the journey requires a lot of gaming hours, and then you'll be able to be a pro now. And also, I wanted to know that is there any rating system in the gaming industry that who has the best rating and who has the worst rating, something like that? I know that it have some in some games you have ratings, but there is no consolidated rating on the gaming industry. Is it so?
There's the ESRB, which rates games themselves, but in terms of the gamers, a lot of the gamers pull from, if you go to esportsearnings.com, players look at that stuff because, okay, that's how much they earn per tournament. Outside of that, there's no, full-blown list of gamer X, gamer Y, gamer B.
Okay. And Jatovi, I think it's time to wrap up. We have to wrap up the show. We have something coming up at 2 p.m. EST. And next time onwards, we would like to have 30 minutes gaming as well, apart from the gaming discussion. So we can have some game and then we can watch that game live on IBM TV. And thank you for joining us.
Before we get ready to depart, Kim is one of the actual founders of the IBM.TV. So Kim, meet Jatovi. Jatovi is a master gamer as well as the voice of the on-the-field announcement for the Bulls. So like if you see those contests, he's the voice of that.
Well, it's a pleasure meeting you. And I hate that we have to leave so soon, but I am an engineer too. So I get it. I'm into our first software code was a race game. So in college, I made a race game. So yeah, no, I love it. So, but we have to leave. So I'm so sorry. And hi, Munchkin.
Great to meet you, Kim. Play Trackmania. That'll take you back to your racing background.
My roots, right? Back to my racing roots. You know what? And we're going to have you back on. Definitely come back. Come back next week, and and bring the Munchkin. So. Yay! All right, go Bulls!
And thank you for joining us.